saja. Naik dia. Pas dikasih stream memang tinggi ya stream. Fortune cookie yang mencinta. Udah habis efeknya. Pang, masukin lagi ke dalam fortune cookie. Tantangan berhasil. Gunakan confidence. Dapatkan lava walker. Attack. Crit rate. Nice. Perhaps we need critical damage or something. We don't know. Just keep farming artifacts. Fortune cookies yang mencinta. Super kondang. Dia lempar api komet. Habis sudah, ubur-uburnya sudah habis. HP impact. Just up terkadang up. Tidak. Up. You have strength. Nah. Keep. Up. Down. Cocoland. Mau kemana? Overload deh. Meninggal ya kak, tidak. Kurang ajar. Yang kau lakukan pada Ayaka Chan. Kasih darah deh. Kasih darah. Naik. Kasih darah lain dan coba. Oke. Kasih. Thank you. Yang mencinta. What we got? Lava walker again. HP. Sudah busuk karena banyak lava walker. Next kita ke Ayaka domain. Fortune cookies yang mencinta. Come on, oh baby, lihatlah diriku yang mencinta. Fortune cookies ganti Ayaka sama yo ya hutau. Hutau, darah hutau syarat. Raiden Shogun. Cocoline and Cloud. Waduh. Mumpung masih macam piau. Sudah habis filmnya. Gas Cocoline. Darah penuh lagi. Hingga ya bosku. Gunakan resin mendapatkan. Oh tidak, ini cacat. Farming artifak bilek. Oh, ada. The bird call. Wah. Alhamdulillah. Wah, kemana dia tuh? Aduh, aku mendesah. And eternal. Oh, tidak mati. Oh, mati. How infinite days with Hutao. No, not like that. This. Udah 2 kali ya. Fortune cuci. Baik, bunga sudah banyak. Kita butuhnya waktu. Mahkota. Yes. Always. Tidak, kau komiku, kau orang ngajar kamu. Panasingin award. Wah, Hutao. Time that. Buset. Let's go. Install carrot. Fortune cookie. Fortune cookie. What do we got? Wah, buruk sekali. Lihat itu, sajak duka. Turut berduka cita dengan artifak yang kita punya. Next. Tantangan gagal. Nextnya no. Ke suara mana? Fortune cookies. Fortune cookies. Yang mencinta. Ini untuk Xiao. Tidak ada es. Begitu kita pakai es.
I await your instruction.
Level party saat ini sangat rendah. Dia healer. Gangguan lain-lain.
Illusion shattered.
Ya ampun, elektro semua.
Into the wind. Fallen leaves.
Adore my night. Waduh.
My apologies.
Ayah.
Sakura
Sakura swirl.
Wind strike. Hold the line. There is no escape. Whirling snow.
Tertetak ting. Tuk tuk tuk. Tertetak ting. Tuk tuk tuk. Tertetak ting. Tuk tuk tuk. Tertetak ting. Ting. Seprat. Tertang. Lalu akhiri dengan casual fate. Yang mencinta Fortune cookies. ET elemental mastery defense. Jelek. Dua Dendro, satu Gianto, dan satu Mago. Wind and cloud. Allow me to introduce myself. Superkonda. Tertetang. Waduh, kurang ngajar dia. Sumeru. Masuk ke sini. Kokolen. The Bird Hall. Gaya dulu, kan the best gaya player. Head. Tertang. Yang mencinta kokun. Fortune cookies. Defense. Tidak ada. Energi recharge dong. Energi recharge yang stopwatch. Sakit sekali udah itu. Raiden Shogunnya kasih artifact energi recharge juga. Ini elemental mastery coy. Wah, kalau kita kasih energi recharge jadi sebelah ini. Wah. Ini kan. Wah, dikasih elemental energi recharge. Sakit sangat. Oh, ini dia. Tuh banyak tuh. Yo pasti ngasih. Wah, ini artifaknya Raiden Shogun ini. Energi recharge-nya kita kurangin. Adore my night. Waduh. Tang. Reset lagi. Mana? Hilang. Oh, jadi pas mau dia ngasih itu aja itu. Terus Wind and Cloud. Aduh, mau gaya coy. Fortune cookies, fortune cookies yang mencinta. La 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 la. Hehehe. Uh, elemental master. Iya. Tiba, tiba, atatet. 7 jam. Ya, belum kebuka lagi. Rosi mah sudah jalan pulang, masuk ke Serenia Pot, masak 10 masakan. Yuk masuk ke Serenia Pot.
A blade is like a tea leaf.
Suruhnya kita masuk ke Serenia Pot. Sudah lama kita tidak masuk ke Serenia Pot. Halo,
Would you care to...
buat oh, sudah lama kita tidak melihat ini, guys. Ini sabi. Lagi yang bisa dibuat dan ada biru-biru. Ini. Apa ini baru? Oh, bisa craft kita sekarang. Nah, sekali ini. Udah bisa craft. Logika ya. Gimana cara nge-craft? Oh, dari kayu jadi itu toh. Oke. Pot realm. Spiral of Adapted ini kita wajib beli. Terus kita beli resin. Fabriknya 95 sudah banyak.
If you ever have it...
Ya. Terus suruh masak kan? Masak loh. Wah. Sudah lama sekali kita tidak ke sana. Yang mencinta fortune cookies. Come on, oh baby, lihatlah diriku yang mencintai fortune cookies. Ayo masak banyak, yuk kita masak. Oh, hutau kita pandai masak. Memang dia sangat waifuable. Bentar, nice. Ntar. Fortune cookies yang mencinta nih gara-gara Discover Weekly Spotify. Hey. Hehehe. Ini mantap juga. Level 9. Good, kita sudah masak. Jalan pulang. Berikan aku itu. Terima kasih. Cahaya bintang. Dapatkan rim currency. Ada currency apaan ya? The Matter of Wolf 4 kali. Kita lupa dengan weekly buff. Kasihkan pakai artifak parametric transformer 1 kali. Ini oh, tangan.
Shine down.
Ya, gimana sih tuh? Hancurin. Ini kayaknya kita udah pernah lihat lah dulu di ini gimana sih? Wah, 150, buset. Mulai transmutasi. Ya. Oke. Wah, pingnya 999, guys. Wah,
Wind strike. Take flight.
what is this?
Should I choose?
Kan, RNG. Jir. Tiba-tiba begini.
I hope poor little Diona isn't too upset. She's been getting quite busy.
Parah nih. Hah. Apa itu ada chest. Kegentong harta. Apa ini? Ada aja. Beri aku. Trading langsung bisa. Dedededeng. Yang currency. Yang mencinta fortune cookies. Apa ada jalan tenenenenenene. Hehehe. Hehehe. Come on, come on, come on, come on baby. Lihatlah diriku. Sumeru. Dededede. Dededede. Yuk, kita berpetualang. Yang kubus Geo aja kita belum jumpa ya. Mana kubus Geo? Ini ya. Wah. Wah, ini banyak sekali. Port Ormos. Ayo kita ke Port Ormos. Raiden Shogun. Kita saat ini tidak butuh Archon. Jadi mohon maaf Raiden Shogun. Kita butuhnya ini.
I'll lead the way.
Darah.
More companions! Hooray!
Kodok. Mesti. Peti. Nani kore. LB. Oh, ini kah?
Time for a light show!
Kok diam kamu?
One with nature.
Whirling snow!
Kalau diginiin lagi, nyala lagi dia.
Fire hazard!
Kayaknya dipasin di depan. Hele.
One with the forest.
Ini kan. Peng. Mak.
Can't see.
Hanya demi common chest. Innalillah. Nggak sampai sini dikit ya. Nih. Wih. Nggak akan. Bentar.
The fuse is lit!
Ini. 1, 2, 3. What next? 3 tuh. Apa lagi? Walah jam. Saling nyerang nggak mereka? Oh iya deh.
Into the wind.
Salahnya nih di atasnya tuh gimana itu? Nah tuh.
Time to go. Wind strike.
Take flight!
Spiderman hap. Again, Spiderman. Ayah. Head. Wow, musuh baru ini.
One with the forest. The wind knows me. Fallen leaves.
Adore my life.
Whirling snow, go up the ship down!
I'll uproot you. Can't see. Into the wind.
Wah. Itu apa ini? Hati deh. Di atas tuh. Kalau ada puzzle kita skip aja. Jadi kalau only fight, let's go. This is one.
Sucker for a punch, huh? One with the forest.
Happy to apply.
Wah, ngapain dia?
One with nature.
Oh, terima kasih.
Take flight. Yeah. Ha. Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's nip that in the bud. And shroud.
Fire hazard.
Burning.
Need. The wind knows me. Who says there aren't benefits to a life of wandering?
Fortune cookies, fortune. Halo, kalian.
Can't see. Into the wind. One with
You are the one who covered. Duh, nggak ada ini. Matikan. Wah, salah jalan. Yes. Another Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Meninggal. Waduh. Habis capek. Fortune cookies. Fortune cookies yang mencinta. Hey,
So
hey,
this is a day
hey,
in the life of the traveler.
hey, hey.
I'm learning more
Come on,
about
come
you all
on,
the
come on,
time.
come on, baby. Lihatlah diriku. Taranana. Da. What is this? Nothing wrong. Sebenarnya itu apa sih, kelihatan kayak sayuran tuh? Nggak tahu. Wih, buaya.
one with nature.
Incident selesai. That's it. I haven't started yet. Itu ada ini. Ada warp point itu. Lumayan. Itu 5 jam. Apa tuh, macam babi tuh. Wah, masih.
One with the forest. The wind knows me.
Wah, kasihan babinya. Jatuh. Maaf ya, Bi. Very big flower. Bawah kayaknya. Yes, sir. Terima kasih. Kodok. Ada kapal juga nih. Pelabuhan ya. Kapal guys, tapi kita lebih memilih untuk ini. Jalan saja. This one. That one. Ah, bodoh sekali tadi. Mana yang diserang?
My apologies.
Teng teng teng. Teng teng ting tes. Tes tes tes. Teng ting tes. Tes tes tes. Tes tes tes. Tes. Buah nori.
Collecting rare and exquisite.
Okay. Now you got
Germinating
it.
seeds break through the soil and take root.
Fortune cookies. Fortune cookies. Wah, apa ini?
Huh?
Yay. Ayan.
This seems suitably sophisticated.
Ayo, Kasma. Spider-Man time. What is that? Apa ini? Oh, kita bareng Dendro. Nothing happen. Yes lah. Aneh. Naik dong. Nani kore, nani kore, nani kore, nani kore, nani kore, nani. Dendro. One. Two. Oh. Wah, GG ini memang. Tuh.
Can't see.
The wind knows me.
Kami satu art.
Met him.
Time for a light show.
Gila, 10.000 nggak tuh?
Into the wind.
Oke. That's it. Good.
Smells like something good is inside.
Okay. Spider-Man. Wah, ada lagi tuh. Sana, ke Sokun. Tidak, Kazuha. Saya tidak bisa berenang.
Ready to apply.
Enshroud.
Let's go.
Nature.
Banting. Dan
I hear everything.
bertatatatatatatatatatat. Berpada.
Snow. I shall treasure this good fortune.
Apa ini? Darurat. Biasanya. Wah, ada ikan kanan.
Take flight.
Cuy. Mau give me something good. Pelabuhan Ormos. Aduh, tidak cukup. End of the line. Oh, ini. Berapa award pun kita sudah lewatin. Lumayan, sebelah kiri dulu. Ini dulu. Di atas, guys. So,
The wind knows me. Huh?
asik lah gue. Enggak. Speechless ya lagu gue. Keren. Rasa buat India. Alright then, next one kelewatan. Kita lewat sini. What? Maaf ya Pak. Pak, entah lewat Pak. Kita pesen. Mana lagu tadi? Give me the song ini. Down. Below. Ini ada petunjuk patternnya. Ya Pak, naik. Ya elah, ngapa kau suruh naik gini? Kanan. Lagunya gila lah. Ini keren. Ada deh. Bentar ya guys. Fortune cookies.
A blade embrace.
Cepet. Fortune cookies. Fortune cookies.
Come and have a good look yourself. Traditional spices of the highest quality, made with pride and experience.
You've got a deal. I can't thank you enough for always looking after my business.
Believe me, I'm not making this up. Several Aramite mercenary groups are nearly in open conflict, but does the core of 30 care? And that's not all. Did you know that...
Wow! Talk about hurly-burly! This place is busy! Huh? Guess that's only to be expected for the largest port in Sumeru. Maybe it's because of what Dia told us earlier, but Paimon can't seem to shake the feeling that there's also danger lurking in these crowds. Ooh. Let's get our bearings so we can start looking for leads. We know that whatever the Academia lost is related to the gods. But other than that, we don't have much else to go on. Osvan told us to try posing as Academia students while asking around. Paimon checked the Akasha on the way here, and the Academia doesn't seem to have any research facilities in Port Ormos. Paimon doesn't get it. Won't we look even more suspicious going around saying we're Academia students and asking about the here every day. If there's any information to be found, Paimon bets we could find it in the market. Let's ask around and see what we come up with.
Ke market, ke market, ke market.
Welcome. Welcome. How can I help you two?
Hi there. We would like to ask you a question. Do students from the academia ever come to Port Ormos?
Of course. Especially around this time of year. Students from Sumeru City that are about to graduate often come to Port Ormos to cut loose a little. Many people often talk about how hard it is to get accepted into the academia, let alone graduate. But those who finish their studies and go on to become full-time researchers at the academia have it even harder. Sure, we may not be Sumeru City, but Port Ormos offers beautiful scenery and a stress-free environment. Some even say it's good luck to come to Port Ormos, so students and researchers come flocking here when things get to be too much at the academia. Ah, you see over there? Those are students from the academia. They've been looking worried and miserable ever since they got here a few days ago. If you ask me, the life of a merchant is better. So long as the Akasha teaches us what we need, then life is good.
Those students seem to be discussing something. Let's see if we can listen in.
Tiba bunyi musik. Tidak, nanti kena copyright.
It's no good. I've tried asking around, but I haven't been able to learn anything useful. Not to mention that a bunch of scary-looking Eremite mercenaries have been posted along the streets now.
There's been a lot of fighting between the different Eremite factions in Port Ormos. If we choose to move on our own, then it would be wise to steer clear of them. Especially the group that's constantly shouting some stuff about the Scarlet King and some resurrection. I've even heard that the Citadel of Regzar is starting to get fed up with them. What was that group called again? Ein something or other?
They're called Ein el Ahmar. Today, I heard that the thing we're after might be in their possession at the moment.
Wait, come again?
Don't you see? Many of the Eremites in Port Ormos deal with trading this kind of thing. They're usually pretty wary of outsiders, but not so with students of the academia. It's because the kind of goods that students are looking for aren't the kind of goods that Eremites are after. As long as they know you're a student, then deals can be made. I've heard that Ein al-Hakmar likes to set up shop at the Jafar Tavern. Supposedly, if you're willing to part with 500,000 mora, they'll give you info on anything.
Wait, did you say 500,000? If information alone costs that much, then how could we ever afford to buy what we're looking for? I guess we might as well give up on trying to graduate this way.
I wouldn't worry too much. Our field of research is very niche. Who else could possibly be after that kind of shady knowledge? I bet it's practically worthless to anyone aside from us.
Well, I guess that makes sense. And the only thing left for us now is to find a way in. Why don't we all just pool our money together and pay for the information?
Whoa! Did you hear that? A niche field of research and shady knowledge? So, what's our plan? Wait, didn't you hear what they just said? Buying information is going to cost us 500,000 mora! Have you lost your mind? Oh, all right. Paimon never thought she'd agree to parting with that kind of mora. But if you know what you're doing, then we should give it a shot. place we heard those students talking about. Let's find a seat somewhere and see if we can spot the group they mentioned.
Oh, you've arrived. Please take a seat.
Pas sekali musiknya.
So, they think that they can go toe-to-toe with the boss? Ha! Once we reclaim the power of the Scarlet King, they'll be the first that the boss punishes.
They're nothing to be afraid of. Our main rival now is the Caracol Battalion. They've also amassed a significant amount of more this time, so we mustn't underestimate them.
How can the Caracol Battalion compete with the boss when they're nothing but a bunch of money-grubbing opportunists out for a quick mora?
Yeah, with Boss's fervent devotion, he'll be able to use this power to bring our god back this time.
Huh. All these guys talk about is the Scarlet King, so they're probably the ones we're looking for.
Greater Lord Ruka Devata. That traitor and her followers must not be spared. The day will come when the Scarlet King exacts vengeance on Sumeru, and all of them shall be punished.
Kan ngomong apa sih?
Yeah, Paimon was wondering what they meant too. We should ask about that if we get the chance later.
Di Paraka katanya ada sebagian orang bilang kalau Paraka itu pengkhianat.
Huh? Who are you? What do you want? A student? What's a student from Sumeru City doing in Port Ormos? Ah, well, if it's info you want, you've come to the right place. The question is, can you afford it?
Paimon can't stand to see so much money go. There's no other choice right now.
Here, this is the merchant's address. Whatever you're looking for, you'll find it there. Hmm? Well, what are you waiting for?
Oh, that's right. We heard you mention the Scarlet King just now. We're actually interested to know more because we're,
Archaeologists.
students.
Fine. Since you've already handed over the Mora, I guess I can throw in a little extra info. As you can see, members of Ain al-Ahmar are devout believers of the Scarlet King. Years ago, the Scarlet King founded the great desert nation that was our homeland. It was an advanced civilization, far beyond anything you'll see in present-day Sumeru. The Scarlet King was the rightful god of wisdom, but he was betrayed by a companion he trusted. She even stripped him of his title, God of Wisdom.
So, you mean the traitor was...
Greater Lord
Kala
Rukadevata, yes.
Rukadevata.
That shameless wretch destroyed the Scarlet King's civilization, and our ancestors were forced to flee to this land where we were made to suffer the tyranny of our enemies. Furthermore, she conspired with the Academia to cover up the truth of her actions, and create the merciful and benevolent facade for which she is now known. Ugh, just thinking about it sickens me. But the story doesn't end there, oh no. The Scarlet King isn't truly dead. The voice of the Oracle has been heard in the desert, prophesying his resurrection. Mark my words, our God shall return.
Vengeance will be
And when
mine.
that day comes, all followers of the traitor and all the desert dwellers who have forgotten their true God will suffer retribution together. If what I'm saying makes you shiver with fear, it might not be too late for you to become a believer of the Scarlet King. I don't have anything to say to you Academia people about that. I think this conversation has reached its end.
Not just yet. This man is a fraud.
Huh?
You again? Deranged Academia lunatic.
Yes, it's me again. I already warned you that if you weren't willing to sit and discuss things with me, I'd take measures to make things uncomfortable for you. Listen to me. That address he gave you is fake. Or at least, you won't find a merchant waiting for you there. This group has been boasting all around that they can provide information on a certain item as a means of luring people into their territory. Once you show up, They keep up the act until they have hard evidence that you want to purchase said item. Then they use that to squeeze you for all the more you're worth.
Marah.
Hey! Shut it all, Hatham! What are you playing at, trying to ruin our business like this, hmm?
I told you the other day. I wish to discuss my terms with your boss.
Ha! The boss made it perfectly clear that he won't negotiate with you.
Yes, and in no uncertain terms. But that was then. It does not preclude him from changing his mind in the future.
I'm warning you, don't push us, or this could get ugly. We don't usually get rough with people from the academia because it just complicates things. For a lunatic like you, though, we might just have to make an exception.
If you're suggesting that we escalate this from a verbal exchange to a physical one, I accept. After all, even the Archons used war to negotiate the ownership of Teyvat. If, on the other hand, we can't agree on any means of negotiation at all, then I'm afraid my next course of action will sting a little more than the mere falling through of a few business deals. I will jeopardize the Eremite's reputation, which I know you value above all else. I am quite confident that if I began to take such action, your boss would willingly approach me himself. However, I fear that by then, some things will have happened that cannot be undone. Also, a word of advice. I suggest you tell your boss exactly what happened here today. Otherwise, he might blame you for not telling him in the future.
What did you say?
Consider this. Have I ever failed to follow through on my word in the past?
This guy is really out of his mind.
Okay then. If you really have a death wish, let's meet a week from today. The pier in front of the Pharos Lighthouse, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, sharp. Don't expect us to hold back.
Not so fast. First, you return the 500,000 mora to them.
Please, I beg you, don't provoke them. We can't afford any trouble with this crowd. They haven't even paid for their food yet.
Ah, Mr. Iman. There appears to be fewer staff in the restaurant recently. This wouldn't happen to be because they're all busy spreading the word to the students, would it?
Well...
Someone who chooses to do business with a group like that really can't afford to get so flustered the instant someone confronts them about it. Consider the meal compensation for our silence. I'd say you're getting an excellent deal.
Whoa, did you see that? He not only got us our Mora back, but sent the Amorites running too. Plus, he seems to know a lot about what's going on around here. Let's catch up with him and ask some questions. He went that way! After him! Wait up! It's Al-Haytham, right?
Haytham.
What do you want? No need for thanks. My goal was to get to them, and you two gave me just the opportunity I needed. We're even. Oh, I advise you to keep your distance from them. Since they weren't able to make off with your Mora in the end, they might harass you again in the future. All right. Goodbye.
Hold your horses! We still have something to ask you about! Since you tore through their scam right in front of them, you must know the real story about
That thing.
certain something, no?
Who exactly are you two? And why are you inquiring about that? A student. Right. Look, you should know that those thugs conducting business with you had nothing to do with your lie.
Huh? Oh, yeah! He's really strong. Weren't you saying something about a physical exchange? We can help with that.
He doesn't even have a vision. Forget it.
Maybe not, but he can still use elemental energy. Otherwise, there's no way we'd go asking for info from from guys like that. Those high-headed thugs are definitely gonna bring a lot of backup for your next meeting. Even if you don't go alone, you won't regret taking us with you.
All right, I accept. Got a pen and paper? If you're searching for someone who sells that kind of merchandise, I'll give you one of their addresses, and you can try your luck. We'll reconvene at the appointed time by the pier. It doesn't matter if you show up or not.
So, since you were happy to give us this merchant's information, does that mean you can tell us exactly what we're after?
You were willing to part with 500,000 mora for something and you didn't even know
Tidak
what
tahu
it
kita
was?
itu apa.
Okay. Well, if you truly are as skilled as you claim, then you can beat the answer out of them when they become hostile. Look, if you've been making inquiries, then you have to know something by now. Tell me what you know so far, so I don't waste time repeating information.
We know it's connected to the academia somehow, and that not only do the Eremites deal in it, but some students want to get a hold of it too. What else?
You know almost everything there is to know, but you're unable to compile this information because you've never seen the object before. This is what you've been looking for.
Huh? Paimon can't tell what it is. It looks like some kind of ornament.
This is a knowledge capsule. To put it simply, it's a vessel that can store a fixed quantity of canned knowledge. It's like a miniature Akasha. Anyone who links it to their personal Akasha terminal instantly becomes privy to its contents. Correct. Anyone. Unlike the Akasha, which heavily regulates who can access what information, knowledge capsules confer their contents without any requisites.
That's amazing.
It's essentially a convenient and harmless vestibule for knowledge. Unfortunately, it's illegal in Sumeru to privately possess or trade them. They were created as a means for scholars to transfer knowledge gained from Irminsul into the Akasha, and are intended to be destroyed immediately after use. But despite strict regulations, some of these knowledge capsules will always escape destruction. After all, there will always be those in this world who are dissatisfied with life as designed for them by the Akasha. Over the past century, a wide variety of canned knowledge has been leaked from the academia. Now, in Port Ormos, the valuable ones are a means to mora for the Eremites. Meanwhile, those which the Eremites deem to be useless to them occasionally prove useful to the common citizens and hapless academia students. Well, I think that about sums it up. Oh, so that's your true objective. With our current arrangement, I don't believe I can offer an answer. You're still resolved. Fine. Let's talk somewhere with fewer people.
Yeah.
Let's continue our conversation here. If you wish to learn more about the knowledge capsule that the Academia lost, then you must help me with something. I need you to find someone named Dory, a traveling merchant. Unlike the peddlers who hawk inferior knowledge capsules, she often has quality goods in stock. Some say that as long as there is profit to be made, there is nothing she won't dare to sell. She's guarded against people from the Academia because most of her wares don't comply with Academia regulations. I think she blacklisted me. I met with her informant, but it soon became clear that they had no intention of letting me get any further. Become one of Dory's customers and earn her trust. This is my condition for further collaboration.
Why do you want us to meet with her?
Until you complete this task, you don't have question privileges.
Fine. So how do we go about doing this?
You two are outlanders who haven't been here for long, so Dory should view you as safe clients. I'll give you the informant's address and their contact password. Beyond the password, though, I have no way of knowing what other tricks she might have up her sleeve. You'll have to improvise.
This is kind of nerve-wracking.
The true challenge begins after you meet her. She has a keen nose for mora and a shrewd eye for wares, and she only likes customers who she deems to have good taste. I'll prepare some funds for you. Buy her highest quality wares and earn her approval.
But we only just saw a knowledge capsule for the first time. We don't know how to tell which ones are good and which ones are bad.
That's true. Have you two heard of elemental sight? Oh? That's a surprise. Guess I'll have to hold you in higher regard. Anyway, that ability should resolve your issue. Here are 2 knowledge capsules. Tell me, can you detect any difference in their quality?
Elemental sack ya pakai. Jing.
They look the same to Paimon.
Try inspecting them with elemental sight.
Kiri.
How'd it go? Did you see anything?
Rumor has it that higher quality knowledge capsules generally appear brighter when viewed through elemental sight. That's because knowledge originates from Irminsul, the root of Dendro power itself. The more powerful the knowledge, the richer it is in Dendro energy. However, some canned knowledge with a high concentration of elemental energy is of little use in contemporary times, so those capsules are of little value. Using elemental sight is merely a stopgap measure, but it should suffice for earning Dory's trust.
That sounds pretty impressive.
Here's a sheet with the informant's location and contact password, and here is the mora for purchasing canned knowledge. Don't be cheap. You'll need to spend to catch Dory's eye. If there's any mora left over, just keep it. Oh, and be sure to exercise some caution. There have been Matra present in Port Ormos lately. Your efforts will be for naught if they catch you.
Matra?
They belong to the Academia's regulatory body. They also handle cases of illegal canned knowledge transactions. Like I said, the Academia has banned both their trade and possession. The Matra are razor sharp. You're in for nothing good if they lock their sights onto you. If you 2 want to back out, now... Okay, then we have a deal. If you succeed in your dealings with Dory, come find me at the Wikela Funduk. We'll have an open discussion then.
Looking at what Al-Haytham wrote, Dory's informant is a traitor near Old Ormos. Let's follow these instructions and try to get in contact with him.
Hello. What are you 2 looking to buy? What a unique palette. We have unripe horror fruits, but we usually keep them in the back.
Following the paper got us past the first round.
Ronak, these 2 want to buy unripe horror fruits. Show them to the warehouse.
Got it. You 2, please follow me. You 2 have a fascinating fashion sense. We haven't seen a customer wearing a Sumeru rose for quite some time.
Hold on. Let me think. Sumeru rose means common merch. No, look again. We're obviously wearing morning flowers.
Ah, my mistake. I do apologize.
Whew. That pop quiz sure was scary.
Ah, the warehouse is up ahead. Please follow me. Before I retrieve your products, I need to confirm a few things. Please forgive me, but we may not have sufficient stock for you today. Earlier, many of our hara fruits were taken by mice. Thanks. If better goods come in, you'll be the first to know. You look like you have some skill. Why don't I pick out some fruits that'll make you dizzy?
Yep, that's the right answer. But eating hara fruit that makes your...
Would you like your hara fruits to be packaged in the Sumeru City or Port Ormos style? I'm guessing that you're going for a more traditional packaging since this is your first time here.
Wait a sec. Sumeru City style means we're only buying a few things. He won't take us to see Dory if we do that.
I'm sorry, but as things currently stand, we won't be able to fulfill your order. Why don't you two think things over?
He's cautious of us. Let's take a closer look at the paper that Al-Haytham gave us.
Before I retrieve your products, please forgive me, but we may not have sufficient stock for you today. Earlier, many of our hara fruits were taken by mice.
Hold on. That's not right. Take? He's cautious of us. Let's take a closer.
Before I retrieve, please forgive me, but we may not have sufficient stock for you today. Earlier, many of our hara fruits were taken by... Thank you. You look like you have some skill. Why don't I pick out some fruits that'll make you dizzy?
No, that's not it. The paper said that heat stroke is...
Aduh, salah lagi. Oh my god.
Before I retreat, please forgive me, but we may not have sufficient stock for you today. Earlier, many of our hara fruits were taken by mice. You look like you have some skill. Why don't I pick out some fruits that'll make you dizzy?
Yep, that's the right answer. But eating hara fruit that...
Would you like your hara fruits to be packaged in the Sumeru City or Port Ormos style? Wow, you two sure are generous customers. We'll be sure to package your product. Okay, everything has been confirmed. Miss Dory is waiting for you up at... Shoot, it's the Matra! Run!
What? The matcha? Where? Al-Haytham said we're done for if they catch us. We gotta get out of here. We don't know this area, so let's follow that informant.
Gimana? Di atas deh.
Delicious food, freshly made and served.
He ran that way.
Atas lagi.
Look, he's over there. Hey, if you're hiding from the Rishbaland tiger, come this way. Another password. Huh? Oh, that voice came from behind. Here, over here. You can stop running now. So you were the one who was calling out to us just now. But, are we definitely gonna be safe here?
These two good customers wish to buy some hara fruit, Miss Dory. And if there's nothing else, I'll just excuse myself.
Oh, very good. Thank you. Huh? Wait, you're Dory? I'm unsure thought you'd look a whole lot scarier. Hey, what are you trying to say, Princess Pea-Brain? I can be scary enough when I need to be, believe you me. If you don't watch what you say, then you can forget about doing any business. It seems you two have actually done pretty well so far. Not only did you manage to find the informant, your reactions were also pretty sharp. You don't really look like criminals or anything, but I bet my Mora that you've been involved in some shady dealings, haven't you? Paimon's not sure if that's supposed to be a compliment, but we'll take it. I can't risk doing business with people who start huffing and puffing after just a few paces, no matter how much Mora they might have. Not only will they get caught by the Matra, but they'll also get us into trouble. As decent folks trying to run an honest business, we don't need any of that. Wouldn't you agree? So that's why I prefer to have customers like you. It's your first time here, but don't worry, I won't ask too many questions. Even if you wish to buy enough knowledge capsules to decorate your house with, please knock yourself out. As long as you have lots of round, shiny Mora, then we're all good. Ah, yes, of course, of course. Go ahead. Help yourselves. Well. Wow, she has a trove of canned knowledge. Whew. She'd probably be in serious trouble if the Matra caught her with all this. What kind of products do you seek, my dear customers? Don't worry, I'm not interested in your reasons for buying. I can, however, offer some suggestions. Take this one, for example. An analysis of the sociological ideology and dialectics of the Hilichurls. Only 3 people in all of Teyvat have ever studied it, making it extremely rare. It's on sale now for 350,000 Mora. Yeesh! Who would want to be an expert in that topic? Or how about the architectural styles and construction methods of Teyvat in the early Archon War period? With this one, you can become an expert in historic architecture preservation and find an excellent, well-paying job in nearly any nation. Ooh, now this sounds like it could be useful. 2 million Mora, and it's yours. No discounts. Whoa! That's a lot of Mora! Of course, you are free to pick whatever your heart's desire. The contents and price of each knowledge capsule are indicated in small text on the body of each one, down at the bottom. Alright, let's try the method that Al-Haytham mentioned. You've really got a good head on your shoulders, and quite the eye for quality.
Saya pikir kita yang pilih.
Take these, please and thank you. My, oh my, you are blessed with a taste for both the exquisite and the extravagant. Customers like you are a rare breed. 1 in 100. No, 1 in 1,000 even. Listen, I have a special offer for you two. If you spend just 100,000 Mora more, you can pick any knowledge capsule of your choice up to a value of 1 million Mora. Say what now?
Say what now?
Hey, did you hear that? Spend another 100K and we get a capsule worth a whole million!
Paimon diri ya.
All the canned knowledge we just bought is easily worth 500,000 Mora. If we spend just a little more, we can get something worth 1 million Mora. Isn't that a fantastic deal? Think about it. We've gone to all this trouble to get this canned knowledge. And so far, everything we bought belongs to Al-Haytham. Aren't you even the least bit curious about how this whole canned knowledge thing works? We're talking instant knowledge here. Don't you want to try it yourself?
Kayaknya penasaran tuh kamu deh.
Come on, come on. We still have around 100,000
Aduh,
of
Paimon.
So let's put it to good use by finding something useful for you. Ahem. You've got a deal, Dory. We'd like to spend an extra 100,000 Mora. Excellent. Then please, select from this fine collection of canned knowledge over here. Hold on a second. Paimon thought we could choose whatever we wanted. Why can't we choose the ones from over there? Oh, but my dear customer, the knowledge capsules over here are worth 1 million Mora each. I'm sure discerning customers like yourselves will be able to find something to your liking. Please, take your time. Uh-oh, Paimon has a bad feeling about this. Let's use Elemental Sight again to check these. So, what did you see? So, they're all worth about the same amount? Well, anyway, the Mora's already been spent, so let's at least try to find something useful. Let Paimon take a look here. An introduction to traditional Sumeru brewing techniques, the art of growing spices, an overview of ancient runes. Oh, How about this one? Sword Fighting Techniques 8. Not sure we'd ever find volumes 1 through 7, but at least this knowledge should be useful, right?
Simpan.
We'll take this one.
All right, very good. I'm expecting some new goods in the next couple days, so be sure to check back again soon. Whether it's canned knowledge or anything else you need, bring your Mora to Dory and doors will open.
Our dealings with Dory went smoothly enough. Let's head to Wakala Funduk and meet up with Alhaitham. Hopefully now he'll finally tell us about what the Academia lost.
Trust me, I'll find you the perfect color.
Kalian. Oke, kenang-kenangan.
Mora, Mora, shiny Mora. Oh, please come back anytime you need something.
Mau apa ini? Mau naik dia.
You two made it. And from the looks on your faces, you were successful.
Whoa, there's so many people from the Academia here. Why would you pick this place as our meetup spot?
Well, Wakela Funduk is under the Academia's control, so naturally the Academia has people working here. I came to Port Ormos under the pretense of conducting official business.
You're a pretty daring guy.
Relax. No one here is interested in anything we say, and the Matcher won't come here. Okay now, tell me how your encounter with Dory went.
Okay, we did what you asked. So, can you tell us about the knowledge capsule that the Academia lost now?
Before that, I have to ask, why are you two so intent on tracking it down? You don't have to answer, of course.
Yeah, he just wants to meet the God of Wisdom and ask her about something important. We've been in Sumeru for a while now, but we still haven't found a way. When we heard that the Academia had lost something that might be related to the gods, we came here in case it turned out to be our lucky break.
In that case, you're on the right track. A short while ago, the Academia lost a knowledge capsule in the desert. It's supposedly a divine knowledge capsule. Use it, and you'll gain the wisdom of the gods.
Wow, there's really such a thing as that? Hey, if we find it, do you think we could learn how to meet the Dendro Archon? Ooh, or how to find your sister?
I highly doubt it has any mystical properties, but it does indeed exist. And it's right here, in Port Ormos.
So, where exactly?
That's what we need to find out next. I won't deny that. I am investigating because I'm curious as to what the divine knowledge capsule truly is. As you know, the Eremites in Port Ormos also have their eyes on it. It is an extremely precious item. The knowledge contained within may bring great power or wealth to whoever has it in their possession. Several brigades have been vying for ownership of it as of late, but there is still no victor. My personal finances and connections cannot compete with those of the Eremites. After attempting various methods, I finally managed to reach a tentative agreement with several brigades. I agreed to forego ownership of the divine knowledge capsule in exchange for the opportunity to study it. After all, there's no harm in understanding what it is. However, there are those who are less amenable to negotiation, such as those from Ain al-Ahmar. They adamantly believe that the divine knowledge capsule contains the Scarlet King's power,
and that he will return to this world when they obtain it. They refuse to let anyone from the academia tarnish their deity's soul.
So you kept hounding them because they refused to cooperate with you?
Yes. Ain al-Ahmar isn't exactly wealthy, but its members are determined to get that capsule by any means necessary. To that end, they've resorted to many methods more foul than fair in order to amass sufficient. So, I've been sabotaging their business to force them into negotiating with me. The Divine Knowledge Capsule should be up for a secret auction within the next few days. Each brigade will place their own bid, and the prize will be covertly given to the winner. To ensure the capsule's security and to evade the Matra's notice, the winning brigade will not publicly disclose their victory. Unless I know whose hands the Divine Knowledge Capsule ends up in, my agreements with them will fall through. Dory is the most reliable source of information, but that avenue was previously closed to me. With you on board now, the situation is different.
In other words, you wanted us to befriend Dory so you could find out where the Divine Knowledge Capsule is.
Yes, you can say that. But this arrangement harms none of us. The day after tomorrow, go back to Dory and try to purchase information on the Divine Knowledge Capsule's whereabouts. If she has no information, wait 2 days and approach her again. If I get the opportunity to study the Divine Knowledge Capsule, I will relay my findings to you. Will that suffice as compensation? Okay, then we'll meet up in 2 days.
Alhaitham, before you go, we actually bought a knowledge capsule for ourselves, but we're not sure how to use it.
You two want to try using a knowledge capsule? Sure, I can teach you. Doing so right under the Academia's nose is a bit problematic, though. What do you say we head to the outskirts of town? Alright, this place works. Show me the capsule you purchased.
Here.
Sword Fighting Techniques 8. Huh. A combat class knowledge capsule. This class is something of a rare find these days, since most have been taken by the Eremites to augment their battle capabilities.
Really? Ah, yeah, what a great buy!
If you want to determine the efficacy of this capsule, I can evaluate your combat ability. However, effects will likely be minimal if you already possess a high amount of strength. We can conduct a controlled experiment where you fight 2 battles, one before using this knowledge capsule and one after. While you fight, we can use an Akasha terminal to monitor your various physical parameters. There may be variances in your physical strength between the 2 tests, as well as a disparity in your opponent's abilities. But don't worry, I'll run statistical analyses afterward to mitigate any confounding effects.
Wow! Alhaitham! You must have been one of those guys at the
Alas
Academia who
mandel.
got top grades on everything. Paimon's curious about something, though. You definitely weren't one of those students who needed canned knowledge to graduate from the Academia, right? So,
When you are unable to understand a researcher's actions, most cases can be attributed to curiosity. This is but one theory.
sounds like you're trying to avoid the question.
All right, let's begin the test. Just fight as you normally do.
Okay.
Whirling snow!
Can't see. Ha! Into the wind. Cha! Cha!
Wah, sinyalnya jelek sekali, guys.
All right. I'll link your Akasha terminal to record data. The next step is to use this knowledge capsule. Hold it in your hand.
Al-Haytham. How's it going?
Adek udah pulang.
Well, the knowledge capsule you purchased did improve his combat capability.
Adek udah pulang, Dek.
During the second fight, his overall fighting performance increased by 0.073%.
Wait, how much? Dory's such a jerk! She totally scammed us! 1 million mora? This thing isn't worth a tenth of that amount!
Of course, this could be because he is so powerful, but the capsule's contents were unexpected.
Kan lagu ya,
At
lagu
the
India.
very least, this test allowed me to gain more insight into you two. Our deal seems increasingly worth my
Jelas suara
time.
Bang Dek.
I'm heading back to Akela Funduk. I await your response in 2 days' time. This is Mora for when you ask Dory for information. Pay her as much as she requests.
Nomor 9 jelek. Kalau mau pakai yang A70 bagus tuh, pink. Tapi kalau yang pakai 9 jelek deh. Ya macet-macet karena ini, karena sinyal ya. Lelah abang dah dengan sinyal jelek di sini.
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
Sampai lusa jam 7 pagi. Aduh, ya Allah. Nah,
Let's see Dory today and ask her about where the divine knowledge capsule is.
ya momon.
Enshroud! Into the wind!
My apologies.
Nah, cuma ada para umit.
One with nature!
Gila. Ini sama dengan babi. Cuma ada para umit. Oh itu. Ini mana? Ya, tidak. Wah, tidak. Hello, Dory.
Here, over here! Welcome back, my loyal patrons. What can I do for you this time? You name it. Canned knowledge, supplies, or anything else you need. I'll find a way to get it. Where there's a waterfall of Mora, there's a way.
Can you really get us anything we want? Anything at all?
So it appears that canned knowledge alone is no longer sufficient for your opulent appetite. Then please oblige me. Tell me what you have in mind. Oh! I knew customers with pockets as deep as yours would undoubtedly crave something more profound than ordinary canned knowledge. But you know, that kind of information isn't going to be cheap. After all, I had to work really hard to weasel my way into the auction site. Not to mention that if anyone found out that I was the leaker, I would be in big, big trouble.
But how can we be
Mau
sure
ngapain,
the
Adek? Mau kemana,
information
Adek?
is accurate? Paimon's curious how you just happen to have this kind of info the moment we need it.
Because to me, anything of value is what I consider to be my supply. Therefore, I must always be aware of what's hot on the market
Ya,
in order to secure
benar.
more sales. As for the information's authenticity, well,
Abang lagi
you've no
menikmati
need to worry about
ceritanya.
that. I used a camera to take a picture of the transaction. That way, no one can dispute it. It's always a pleasure doing business with such sterling patrons. Now that you've paid in full, here's the scoop. The Divine Knowledge Capsule was purchased yesterday by a certain Misery, the leader of Ain el-Ahmar.
Ain el-Ahmar? You mean the Aramites who worship the Scarlet King?
Ah, so you're already familiar with them. The group has done everything in their power to obtain the Divine Knowledge Capsule. After all, they believe it contains the power of the Scarlet King. That Divine Knowledge Capsule is unlike any other canned knowledge I've seen before. It was glowing bright red. The capsule is clearly visible in the picture I took. You can look for yourself.
Thanks for the info, Dory.
Please, it's my pleasure. It's all thanks to discerning customers such as yourselves that my efforts yesterday were not in vain. Please, don't hesitate to contact me if you ever need anything else in the future. Mora for Dory opens doors.
Well, we figured out where the Divine Knowledge Capsule is. It turns out it ended up in the hands of Ain el-Ahmar. Let's head back and talk to Al-Haifa.
Ini gambar tadi. Ya, nggak bisa.
We got the info you wanted.
Really? All right. Let's hear it.
Dory even gave us evidence to verify the intel. Have a look.
Huh, look at that. Clear as day. It must have taken some guts just to infiltrate the scene of the Eremites transaction. But then to get close enough to take a picture like this. Bold move, Dory. Very bold move. All right. The person in this picture is indeed Misery, the leader of Ain el-Ahmar. And the glowing red capsule he's holding appears to be the Divine Knowledge Capsule. In which case, if we play our cards right, when we confront them next week, we
At first, Paimon didn't get why you were provoking these Ain el-Ahmar guys. But now, it sort of makes sense. Everything's playing right into your hand. After we defeat them, we can finally have a serious talk with their boss and get them to lend us the Divine Knowledge Capsule.
Thank you for your time and efforts. Take a few days off while I make some preparations. Let's meet up again on the afternoon of the arranged date, 3 o'clock. See you then.
Al-Haytham sure is taking his time. Where could he be? Oh, there he is.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's head to the pier in front of Faros Lighthouse.
Yep, let's go.
Jauh? Oh tidak. Langsung gile.
Oh, Haytham. I knew you were crazy, but I didn't know you were crazy enough to actually show up.
It was I who demanded that these negotiations take place. I was more worried that you might go back on your promise. But to your credit, it appears that you're sticking to your word. This is turning into quite an occasion. I also brought some backup. I assume you don't mind.
Backup? Aren't you the brat from the restaurant the other day? You've come to support this lunatic because he helped you out? Fine, your funeral. I'm not going to mince my words. Once we're done with you, you'll be nothing more than fish food. Get 'em, boys!
Uh-oh, here they come. Good luck, you two.
See?
Go bishop down!
Clouds high.
The burst call.
I'll uproot you.
Payung.
Into the wind.
Following orders.
Whirling snow! Embrace the ice!
Pip 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 pip. Easy.
Academia scum!
Dual blade.
Boss, finally!
Oh, itu bosnya. Apakah wajahnya wajah NPC?
Great! Now we can... Boss?
Wajah NPC rupanya bosnya.
Boss!
Wah, cepat. Pukul.
What's wrong?
What happened to him?
We have to cut his
Yeah.
Akasha connection. Now.
Wanjay. Asli.
Target acquired. Arrest him.
Mitra.
Do not impede our work. Is that understood, Al-Haytham?
Of course. I was only trying to help.
Take him away.
Oh, diambilnya. Mantap kali ya hitam nih. Gaya ya.
World, forget me.
Forget me.
What in Tibet just happened? It's like that big guy suddenly lost his mind.
It looks like he used the divine knowledge capsule.
You mean the divine knowledge capsule did that to him? Oh, yeah. You mean how some researchers go insane after getting knowledge from Irminsul?
I've heard of numerous incidents of researchers in Satyavada life going insane. The state that man is now in suggests that this is a similar situation. This divine knowledge capsule does appear to be linked to the gods, but beyond that, it doesn't seem anything like the rumors suggest. But did you hear what he said? World, forget me. What could that possibly mean?
If the mantra took him away, then that means the Academia got the divine knowledge capsule back too. What a shame. We were so close. Still, Paimon didn't expect the divine knowledge capsule would be so dangerous. Imagine if we tried to open it. Oh, who knows?
As things stand, there is no reason for me to remain in Port Ormos. I believe our collaboration has also reached its end.
Oh, we were so busy trying to find the divine knowledge capsule that Paimon forgot to ask you something. Since you're a member of the Academia, do you have any idea how we can go about meeting Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Truthfully, I don't. Lesser Lord Kusanali appears to exist outside of Sumeru's entire administration. Most of the time, you wouldn't know she exists at all. Moreover, since the Academia possesses the Akasha, a symbol of our deity's wisdom, scholars have no reason to desire to make contact with the deity herself anyway.
Everything about Lesser Lord Kusanali is such a mystery.
I'm heading back to the Academia. How about you two?
It's almost the day of the Sub-Zero's festival. Maybe we should head back too. We've been rushed off our feet over the past few days, so maybe a little rest and relaxation will do us good. Then we'll part ways here, Alhaitham, until we meet again.
Now, do I deal with this thing first? Or should I produce the report that the higher-ups require?
Pokoknya playable karakter itu pasti baik udah.
Miss the Sub-Zero's festival, right? Let's hurry and find Dunyarzad. Paimon thinks she must be around the Grand Bazaar, since she showed us around there last time.
Sir,
the wind knows me.
Sumeru.
One with nature.
Academia. Anjay. Gini kan akademia. Diana. Stop Diana. Dan sekarang bawah. Di sana.
Just as promised, Traveler and Paimon. I'm so glad that you two came back to celebrate Lesser Lord Kusanali's birthday. Indeed. The festival's tomorrow. We've been preparing for so long that I can't help but feel a little nervous.
There's no need to be nervous. Paimon's sure that Lesser Lord Kusanali will feel everyone's gratitude.
Thanks, Paimon. I hope that everyone who comes to the festival will also have a good time. Speaking of which, did you manage to make your way to Port Ormos? Discover anything?
Of course we went. A lot of things happened there.
I see. Sounds like you two had enough. If there is another chance, I would love to join.
My lady, if you went to Port Ormos in your current state, we'd both be in for a lifetime of trouble.
Dia! You were eavesdropping!
It's called covert protection. Keeping an ear out for what's going on around my employer is part of the job.
It's all right, Dia. I merely said I would like to go. I know better than to think my body could handle it. The festival's tomorrow. I've been doing nothing but causing trouble for you. So Dia, please take some time to relax.
Even when you put it that way, it still doesn't feel right.
Don't worry, my guardian knight.
Okay, fine, but only tonight. Tomorrow's a big day, and many no-good scumbags are gonna try to take it.
Oh, you two must be exhausted from your long journey back to the city. I've already prepared a room for you to rest. Please follow me.
Whoa, you're so thoughtful. Paimon's so ready.
Atas. Thank you.
Here we are. It's also fairly close to where I've been staying.
It looks really nice.
Not at all. Just tell me more about your adventures when you next get the chance.
That's Paimon's specialty. Paimon can tell you stories next.
Oh, if you don't mind, how about we all walk around together tomorrow? All of my friends will be working the festival, and Dia's still insisting on her covert protection.
Yeah. It'll be pretty hard to relax and enjoy the festival if Dia's constantly hovering over you.
Then let's meet at the nearby bazaar first thing tomorrow morning.
Night.
Have a great night.
It's a deal. Good night, Dunyarzad.
I may be too excited to fall asleep tonight. See you tomorrow.
Paimon's starting to really look forward to the Sub-Zero festival too. Will there be lots of yummy food? Oh, no. Thinking about food is just gonna keep Paimon up all night. The earlier we sleep, the better. Let's go inside, traveler.
Tadi gitu.
Did we oversleep? We should go meet Dunyarzad right away.
Itu. Jadi. Begini ya, keren ya.
Traveler, Paimon, I've been waiting for you two.
Good morning, Dunyarzad. We must have overslept a little bit.
Not at all. I arrived early. Today is finally here. I must cherish every moment as if it were...
You've worked so hard for this day. You gotta enjoy it to the fullest.
You know it. It's just that, as expected. Well, shall we?
Jalan.
Many vendors came out of the blue to support the event, and they insisted on covering costs themselves. Let's go give them some business.
They paid for everything out of pocket? Oh, sounds like they're not in this just for the Mora.
They all said that contributing to a lively festival atmosphere is more important than money. Especially since we don't often get to celebrate Lesser Lord Kusanali's birthday.
Ooh, they're selling food over that way.
Makanan aja.
This is a stall offering foods from the Haft Mewa feast.
Oh, you could tell straight away. I thought most people nowadays wouldn't know.
Mushrooms, flowers, and all kind of fruit? It's all vegetarian stuff. So, what's the Haftmewa feast you mentioned just now?
It's another Sub-Zero's festival tradition. People used to set their tables with 7 different foods. Generally speaking, the most common selections were foods like Rukashva mushrooms.
So, the Sub-Zero festival is a vegetarian holiday?
You don't have to be a vegetarian to enjoy the spread. We just use the 7 foods to symbolize the 7 virtues of the Dendro Archon.
Wait, but if that's the case, if Sumeru uses vegetarian food to represent the Dendro Archon, then wouldn't the Pyro Archon's festival be full of foods like roasted
Astaga.
fowl, juicy meatballs, grilled steak? Oh, Traveler, we have to go to Natlan as soon as possible.
I hope your wish comes true one day, Paimon.
Thanks. All right, how about we also check out some of these other stalls?
Dear customers, would you like to try your hand at alchemical divination?
What's alchemical divination? Those two things sound like they'd be fun to try together.
Right? I thought the same when I first heard about it. It is said to be a mysterious craft invented by none other than Lesser Lord Kusanali herself.
So, how does it work?
It's quite simple. After you give me any 2 alchemical reagents, I'll use them to perform a random transmutation.
Sure sounds random. So random that it will probably fail.
That is precisely what we need. After the transmutation fails, your one and only diviner here will...
Well, according to Lesser Lord Kusanali, everything is interconnected. And all that occurs can be...
Why does everything sound so much more credible when Dunyarzad says it? Are you guys working together?
So that's the true wisdom behind it. This young lady sure knows her...
Sama kita kasih bunga untuk
Okay, one moment. It's the moon.
Paimon wants to take a look too. Is it? It looks more like a pie that...
Generally speaking, the moon signifies... It means... Wait a moment.
Is he really looking it up in a book?
Oh, I remember now. It means illusions and lies.
Illusions and lies? That sounds rather ominous.
Yes, but this book says that if you trust your intuition and overcome your fears, the sun will surely rise.
He's not even trying to hide his book anymore.
Naturally, fate will only ever show you the beginning of a journey. It is up to you to forge your own ending. Oh, thank you so much. I'll keep that in mind.
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just learning as I go.
Guess that was still pretty interesting. Okay, on to the next stall.
They say the Sub-Zero's festival was very lively a long, long time ago. Large flower carriages used to parade through the city. As they headed towards Port Ormos, people would throw flowers, candy, and liquor all along the way.
Dunyarzad's eyes are sparkling right now.
I wish I could have seen that spectacle. But if you ask me, I'm sure Nilu's dance of Sub-Zeros will be just as impressive.
Attention! Soldiers, fall into formation if you want any Yalda candies.
It's a weird guy with a weird hat. Hey, it's Dunyarzad!
Miss Dunyarzad, the children love you even more than the Yalda can. In the few short days it took to prepare for the Sub-Zero's festival, the children have all grown very fond of you.
The hallowed Night of Flowers. It's an honor that you know my name.
Attention! In the name of Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, I commend you on your contributions to the glorious Sub-Zerus festival. All right, little soldiers, take your Yalda candies and don't forget your loyalty to Lesser Lord Kusanali. Dismissed.
Yes, Knight Ferris! Just what is going on here?
Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, is another Sub-Zerus festival icon, and one immensely popular with children.
It's all thanks to Miss Dunyarzad's sponsorship that the children can make such wonderful memories today.
As are we to you, Vihar.
Oh, not at all. Oh, speaking of tradition, do you want some Yalda candies? They're a festival.
Whichever one. Don't these boxes all look the same?
That is the fun part. Each box contains a random flavor.
Ooh, those all sound pretty.
And there's also lizard tail and
Onikabuto.
onikabuto.
Huh? What's up with those two flavors?
Onikabuto is a little spicier than lizard tail.
Dunyarzad, you tried them before? Traveler, I'll one. Paimon wants the Sunsettia flavor. It's alright. Paimon believes in you.
I also believe in your intuition.
Great. These boxes of candy are numbered 1 to 5 from left to right. Which one do you want?
Ganjil 3. Ya.
Attention! That's unfortunately lavender melon.
Oh, Paimon thought you survived so many epic battles because you had but looks like Paimon was wrong.
The Sunsettia flavored candy was in box number 4. How about this? The most important thing is that everyone has a good time at the...
Really? Thanks a lot, Knight of Candies!
It's Knight of Flowers, not Knight of Candies.
Paimon really wilted the carriageless Knight of Flowers.
They all basically sound the same. We got our candy, so let's keep going.
Oh, actually, I just remembered that I left something behind. Since you're here, can you come with me to get it?
Dunyarzad, you probably forgot because you're so excited about the Sub-Zerus festival.
How embarrassing.
We're too late. Who knew the little lady was such an early riser?
I know, right? Hey, wait a minute. Pause. Isn't that her?
Oh, that most certainly is. We're in luck. She's walking right into our clutches.
Apa ini si ermite nih?
Those Eremites don't look like they're up to any good.
Who are you? I don't believe the Homayanis hired you.
That's right. We haven't received any of their mora, but I wonder how much the Humayanis would shell out to get you.
They're a gang of kidnappers! Traveler, hurry and protect Dunyarzad!
Hey, did you scumbags even consider that the Homayanis might have hired a merc that outclasses you?
You're... Dia! Dia the Flame Main! No wonder we mercs haven't heard anything
Oh,
about you for
dia
so long.
eremite.
You sold your unruly mane to the highest bidder.
Don't speak so disrespectfully. My family started working with her as gratitude for her past kindness.
Don't worry about it, my lady. Just some friendly banter between mercs. One punch and those rabid dogs will expose themselves for what they really are.
Aren't your claws all dull by now? Don't get too cocky.
Traveler,
Gayanya.
take Miss Dunyarzad to a safe location.
No, we're gonna stay and help. There's too many of them. You're right. All right, fine.
Please be careful, Dia.
Don't waste your time worrying about me. This is my job. Look out for yourself.
What? Kabur. Tuh kita pakai Ayaka. Wah, easy main nih.
Dunyarzad, are you okay? You look a little pale. Are you...
I'm fine. My body always reacts like this whenever I...
You sure you're okay?
I'll be fine after some rest. I'm more worried about Dia.
Yeah, don't worry.
Apa nih? Ke belakang.
My lady, traveler, found ya.
Dia! You took care of them so fast!
Any more of them? Or rather, did anyone follow you?
Dia, your arm.
Oh, this? I'm fine. It's just a scratch. Normally, they wouldn't have been able to land a hit on me at all, but I'm still getting used to this new greatsword.
Please, let me take a closer...
Come on, it's nothing. Us mercs aren't as fragile as you think.
Hold on, you said something about a new greatsword. What happened to...
about that. Well, I sold it, because I was low on Mora. Stuff like this happens.
It can't be. The anonymous donation that was used for the...
Hey, Miss Dunyarzad, I wasn't trying to make you cry, and I'm not gonna lose my
Okay, making your employer cry won't affect your commission, but selling your weapon without permission and getting hurt?
You're so unreasonable, my lady.
Thank you very much, Dia.
Don't be like that. I get embarrassed really.
Are you feeling unwell again, Dunyarzad?
My lady, your condition.
Truly, I'm sorry.
Penyakitan dia. Biasanya orang baik memang suka penyakitan. Ya. Orang baik biasanya umurnya pendek.
Are you feeling better, Dunyarzad?
Yes, much better. Just give me a few moments and I'll be good to go. I didn't realize you were concerned about it. I guess I shouldn't continue to keep it a secret. I was actually born with Elazar. It's terminal now.
Elazar sama dengan si itu.
Can't believe it's Elazar.
Oh, you've already heard of Elazar. In that case, you probably know about its severity.
Sama dengan Choli.
Sumeru's current medical advancements still haven't been able to find a cure. The disease's progression can only be delayed through environmental therapy.
Dunyarzad.
There's no need to be sad. I've always lived with Elazar and I came to terms with it a long time ago. Compared to the simple fact that I'm afflicted with this, its effects on my life have been much more painful. I know that my family loves me dearly. They've done all... Did you know? Before I ran away from home this time, the world outside of my home didn't even know that I existed.
Itulah dia terlalu introvert dia.
All I could do was sit on my bed and stare at everything outside.
Kasian kali dia jadi dipaksa jadi
my family's worried and disappointed in me for running away, but I just didn't want to have any regrets. I wanted to meet other people. To me, there's nothing more beautiful than being able to meet and speak with others. Not to mention the incredible time spent preparing for the festival. The joy on everyone's faces here, and all the support I've received from friends like Dia. This way, when my final day does arrive, it will be less sorrowful. At the very least, many people will remember that I once existed in this world. Right?
Jangan bilang gitu, masih ada banyak-banyak momen indah.
As long as you don't forget Paimon, Paimon also won't forget about you. No, even if you forget Paimon, Paimon will still remember you.
Thank you two so much. I apologize for the depressing conversation. This is out of character for me. To be honest, Lesser Lord Kusanali gave me the courage to do all of this. If it weren't for her encouragement, I wouldn't have taken that first step.
Tidak menyerah saja sudah hebat sekali.
Thanks. There will always be frustrations in life, but I know that the point of living is not to leave behind any regrets.
Tapi aku tahu kalau tujuan hidup adalah tidak meninggalkan penyesalan apapun.
Oh, right. Isn't it almost time?
Huh? Almost time for what?
Isn't the dance of Sub-Zeros about to begin? It's the part of the festival that I've been looking forward to the most. Nilu will recreate that legendary scene with her most splendid dancing. And the Sub-Zeros festival will conclude amid everyone's applause and blessings. And with that, my wish will also...
Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the stage!
Yeah, we should...
Ayo, ayo. Sebelah sini rupanya. Sama aja, Bang. Tuh di atas tuh.
Were you not aware that the law prohibits this type of performance from taking place without prior...
Over there! Someone's yelling at Nilu!
I think I just saw the Academia's Grand Sage. Why?
But the Dance of Sub-Zerus is one of the key parts of the Sub-Zerus Festival. If we can't perform it...
The Sub-Zerus Festival. The law also prohibits the private hosting of large-scale religious
Pasti
festivals.
mereka nih
Only the Academia can host such an event. If you continue to resist, we will have to order an investigation into every single event organizer.
Biarin
The Grand
aja
Sage
lah.
has already granted you much leniency. I advise that you exercise tact.
How did things turn out like this?
The Academia was originally responsible for the Sub-Zerus Festival, but they failed this responsibility for many years. I need to speak with them. This is a hard pill to swallow, but you're right. Things would only get worse.
Art, dance. Aren't you ashamed of pursuing such frivolous and meaningless activities in this land of knowledge and reason?
Kurang ajar kali, Bang.
Our Archon created the utopia that is Sumeru City for all scholars who sought validity, verity, and truth, while people like you wish to defile it.
No. I believe that our Archon never rejected the arts. Even the goddess of flowers dedicated a dance to her.
With your lack of intellectual credentials, I do not believe you are qualified to debate with me. What you should be doing is finding workers to tear down this ridiculous eyesore. When we return, have the scribe draft an ordinance before the next Nyagarbha day that prohibits public art performances. We will announce it to the public later via the Akasha.
Understood. I will inform him when I return.
The Sub-Zerus Festival. Go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content.
Nilu, are you okay?
Oh, Dunyarzad. You all saw that just now? The Grand Sage ordered us to stop the performance.
Yeah.
Let's go somewhere the Academia can't find us and perform there. But how do we let everyone know? And what about the atmosphere on the stage? Or we could get people to block them off so they can't interrupt the performance. No. They just threatened to investigate the organizers. If we were caught...
Nilu, it's all right. Don't worry about it.
But you've been looking forward to the Dance of Sub-Zerus so much. And I know how important this festival is to you. I don't want you to have any regrets.
It's okay. Seeing you care this much about my feelings is more than enough. It would be too risky to continue the Sub-Zerus Festival at this point. I don't want to get everyone in trouble.
If you say so. But you can sneak out for the next Sub-Zerus Festival, right? We'll make sure the next one is a smashing success.
The next one. Yes, okay, it's a promise. It will be a smashing success.
I can't believe this is how things turned out. Those heartless geezers.
It really is okay. There's nothing we can do about it. Still, I'd be lying if I said I had no regrets. I would have loved to see Nilu's dance.
Terakhir.
A lot happened today. It's a shame the festival ended the way it did. Nilu and Dunyarzad promised to make the next Sub-Zerus festival a success, but Dunyarzad is running out of time. Yeah.
All connections have been secured to construct the most
project has entered its most critical phase. Power has begun to flow from...
Oh, we're gonna be late! It's all because you wouldn't get out of bed! We should go meet Dinyarzad right away!
Si Dinyarzad nggak mati kan?
Good morning, Dinyarzad. Sorry we're late.
Not at all. I arrived early.
You seem kinda tired. Did you not get enough sleep?
I'm doing well. There's no need to worry. Shall we go? Let's start with the stalls over there.
Sure! Traveler? Why are you just standing there? Let's get going! Ooh, they're selling food over that way! Let's go take a look!
Diam aja tuh Dinyarzad tuh. Ngomong lah Mbak. Mbak.
This is a stall offering foods from the Haftmewa feast.
You are quite well informed, miss. I thought most...
They're all plants! Oh, Paimon's a little disappointed. Actually, what is the Haftmewa?
It's one of the Sabzerus festival's traditions. People used to set their tables with 7 different foods to symbolize the 7 virtues of the Dendro Archon.
Remnants appear to be in the form of the moon.
Really? Paimon thought it looked like some kind of food.
The moon signifies...
Kok terulang lagi
It's
sih?
escaping me for now.
Is he really looking it up in a book?
Oh, right. It means illusions and lies. But if you trust your intuition and overcome your fears, the sun will surely rise.
Understood. I'll keep that in mind.
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just learning as I go.
Guess that was still pretty interesting. Okay, on to the next stall.
Kok terulang lagi sih? Tadi sebelum
Where to next?
tuh diam Dinyarzad tuh. Kasian tuh mbaknya tuh. Padahal dia udah nyiapin ini udah lama anjir. Ini pasti yang permen-permen nih lagi nih.
All right, soldiers. Now that you have your Yalda candies, don't forget your loyalty to Lesser Lord Kusana.
Yes, Knight Ferris! What's going on?
Ferris, the Knight of Flowers. Is it...
Suruh nyari nih.
What's to pick? Ooh, how...
And there's also lizard.
Why do those
Kan
flavors
sama
even
anjir.
exist? Traveler, help Paimon pick one. Paimon wants to eat the Sensetia flavor.
Great. These boxes of candy are numbered 1 to 5.
4 tadi katanya.
Ah, excellently chosen. Number 4 is indeed Sunsetia.
Paimon bet you had incredible luck, and Paimon was right.
Nggak beruntung itu. Udah pernah. Entah kenapa aku tahu.
How's that possible? It's obviously random. Maybe we didn't sleep very well last night. Or maybe we slept too much.
Oh, atau karena tadi ada kata-kata jadi.
Oh, sure.
Where are you going? You're just gonna walk off like that?
Nih dia rasa dicapu.
Time to go.
A feeling of
Deja
deja vu? Oh, Paimon knows what that is. It's when you feel like you've already experienced whatever is going on. In that case, Paimon also felt something like that today. But that's just our brains playing tricks on us, isn't it? So why'd you run here in such a hurry? So that's it. You're intentionally doing things you usually wouldn't and seeing if you still get that same feeling of déjà vu.
Welcome, you two. Are you here for lunch? What would you like to eat? Got it. You don't look like you're from these parts, but I...
Coconut charcoal cake? Isn't it that burnt thing that didn't look tasty at all? Oh, Paimon understands what you're trying to do now. You'd never normally order something like this. That thing? Are you really gonna eat it? Isn't this going a bit too far?
Makan deh.
How was it? The look on your face is telling Paimon that it tasted awful. Then, you mean... That's impossible! We were just talking about how gross it looked! So, would this be a case of taste bud déjà vu? Paimon also gets the impression that we've been here many times, even though we aren't regulars. How about we go out again?
Coba untuk keluar dari déjà vu ya. Kayak ya, festivalnya ada lagi gitu. Atau jangan-jangan itu ada yang ngontrol di otak kita gitu. Karena mereka nggak mau ada festival itu diulang lagi festival. Dari awal memang kosong gitu. Ada yang menyalahgunakan itu.
Hey, Dinyarzad is sitting by yourself on that bench over there.
Nah ini dia ngomong nih kalau dia ada penyakit.
What a coincidence, Dinyarzad. We meet again. Why are you sitting here all by yourself?
Oh, I ran into some kidnappers just now, but thankfully Dia came.
Kidnappers? Oh my goodness, are you hurt?
Sama kejadiannya anjir, walaupun dia nggak di situ.
But it isn't serious.
Whew. That's a big relief. But, Dinyarzad, you seem a little down today. It's the Sub-Zero's festival, and you've been looking forward to it so much.
Not at all. I've always been like this. Excessive physical exertion or strong emotions tend to aggravate my illness. Besides, no matter how amazing today may be, it is but a single day. After however many more days, my time will come to an end.
Beda dia cara apanya. Ini kalau malah kayak jadi depresi, pesimis gitu. Sebelumnya dia optimis sekali.
It really is fine. I don't mind. Huh? Did something happen?
Dinyarzad, have you ever felt déjà vu? You know, like when you've already experienced something that's happening right now.
Deja vu? No. But my days have been the same for years now. Even if I were feeling deja vu, I suppose I would already be used to it.
Oh, Paimon sees. Then, is it only the two of us?
It's almost time.
Huh? Time for what?
Nilu's Dance of Sub-Zeros is about to begin. Let's go.
Kan? Nanti datang bapak Rakun tuh kan. Dibatalkan sama dia. Nilunya kecewa. Tuh kan, sama kan?
With your lack of intellectual credentials, I do not believe you are qualified to debate with me. What you should be doing is finding workers to tear down this When we return, have the scribe draft an ordinance before the next Nyagarbaha day that prohibits public art performances. We will
Understood. I will inform him when I return.
The Sub-Zero's festival.
Pergilah kau Rakun.
Milu, are you okay?
Oh, Dunyarzad. The Grand Sage ordered us to stop the
It's okay. There's nothing we can do about it.
But you've been really looking forward to this. I don't want you to have any regrets.
It truly is unfortunate, but I don't want to cause trouble for anyone. Didn't the Grand Sage...
True, but... well, okay. We'll just have to try again next year.
The next festival. I probably won't be around by then.
Wait, what did you just say?
No, nothing. I'll be heading back to rest. Thank you for your help, everyone.
Paimon can't believe what those heartless geezers did! Did Dunyarzad already go back? We should also return and get...
Itu tuh, tadi kan ada suara-suara itu kan.
In the end, you still couldn't figure out what that deja vu feeling was all about? Maybe it really was because of exhaustion. Same here. That's why Paimon... Then, how about we settle in and get a good night's sleep? For now, we can chalk things up to exhaustion. We can do more thinking tomorrow.
Nah, tuh bunyi ini tadi tuh. Ini tadi ada suara, yang ada suara ini tadi. Mereka ada di Javu, pastikan ada tanda tanya ini.
Why does Paimon feel so tired after so much sleep? Anyway, we should go meet Dunyarzad right up.
Pasti terulang lagi. Kan pergi ke lokasi yang sudah ditentukan dengan Dunyarzad. Ulang lagi.
Good morning, Dunyarzad. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Not at all. I arrived early.
Huh? Paimon thinks you sound kinda tired. Did you not get enough sleep?
I'm doing well. There's no need to worry. Shall we go? Let's start with the stalls over there.
Great idea. Let's get going. Traveler?
Paimon memang bunga tuh. Dia terulang-ulang terus.
It's all thanks to Miss Dunyarzad's sponsorship that the children can enjoy. Oh, are you interested? It's not that simple. Each box contains a random flavor. And there's also... No problem. These boxes of candy are numbered 1 to 5 from left to right. Which one do you want?
Anjir, nomor 4 semua. Gila.
Oh, I like your confidence. No hesitation at all. Oh, congratulations! Number 4 is indeed Sunsetia.
Paimon knew he always had incredible luck. Paimon's not really...
Wait. How did you know?
What? He was right about all of them?
That couldn't have been luck. How is this possible? I packed all those boxes this morning and they've been sealed ever since. Mind reading? X-ray vision? Or some kind of magic trick? This is way too freaky.
Tell us what's going on. Since when did you get superpowers? Traveler?
Weh, Kusanalu itu.
Hey, where are you going? What's going on? Did you see something? Us leaving Dunyarzad without...
Tuh, Kusanalu itu. Kejar. Tuh, ke bawah dia. Yuk, cepet. Dengan kekuatan Ayaka Sprint. Kasian anjir. Udahlah penyakitan. Disuruh ulang. Tahun depan. Padahal dia baik.
What are you looking for? Why did we come here? Traveler?
Tuh, di belakang tuh.
That's...
Hilang, tadi ada loh. Kayaknya Kusanali main-main pikiran deh. Karena kita pakai itu tuh enggak. Dendro Archon. Lalu.
Isn't that Dunyarzad? What's happening here? Why are there two Dunyarzads?
Oh, karena dia temannya itu makanya dia.
You know that this isn't your first Sub-Zero's festival, don't you? I'm sure you already know how to use this.
A knowledge capsule? Where did you get it? What's inside?
You should use it too, Paimon.
Paimon.
You know Paimon? Well, this seems kinda sketchy, but Paimon feels like this is what we should do. What the? This is our 20th time at the Sub-Zero's festival? Huh? No. The 30th? 40th? Just how many times have we been to the Sub-Zero's festival? Have we been trapped in a single day? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have even realized. What the heck was inside that knowledge capsule?
Your memories are still scrambled? Try your best to remember. This isn't the first time we've met, and I answered that question a long time ago.
Let Paimon think. Oh, it's coming back. Meeting you was the real catalyst for restoring our memories, and the knowledge capsule was just your means of showing our minds the way. What about everyone else? Why are you only helping the two of us?
Your sense of deja vu is stronger than everyone else's, yes? As for an explanation, you two received the blessing of Dendro. And you also have special, sensitive constitutions. It was as if a single sheet of paper was separating those memories from your consciousness. A familiar question. I think this is the 7th time you asked that. As you can see, she isn't doing well. You probably sensed it too. The Dunyarzad you were just with is different from the first Dunyarzad you met. That first Dunyarzad is in front of you right now, and she doesn't have a lot of time left. Looks like you're almost done sorting out your brain. Oh yeah, I'm Nahida. Good, you passed the test.
What's happening? You could have awaken our memories, and you seem like you know what's going on. Oh, wait. Please don't tell Paimon even you don't know.
Everything in this world runs in a loop. This cycle is called the samsara. You, me, and everyone else are all stuck inside the one-day samsara. As for the truth, that's on you to find out. If you were told the truth instead of discovering it yourselves, it would literally blow your minds. I don't know how you'd be after that. I can only give you surface-level help, like bits of information and subtle hints. For the rest of the time, I'll be doing all I can to slow down Dunyarzad's illness.
She looks like she isn't doing well at all. Her illness gets worse after each Sub-Zero's festival.
If we can break out of the samsara, I might be able to save her. But as things are right now, she's just a small bird in the sky that's about to lose its last feathers. All I can do is raise a gale to delay her fall.
You sure love to use weird analogies.
Analogies are wonderful tools. They let you use existing knowledge to understand unfamiliar things. Okay, so, with what you know so far, what do you think the truth is?
Dulu. Ntar kamu bisa membeli entry mana untuk kamu bisa menganalisis entry, mungkin bisa melakukan entry baru. Setelah itu, kamu bisa mengajukan kesimpulan. Beberapa entry dihubungkan ke entry lain. Setelah dia tekan hubungkan, lalu tekan pitch hubungan. Jadi gunakan simak kamu. Kelelahan. Wih, bahasanya. Ya.
What's happening right now seems to have happened before.
Suaranya.
This feeling has been getting stronger and stronger.
Ya. Terus kenapa sama?
We've already experienced the Sub-Zeru's festival many times, and the day of the festival seems to be in a perpetual samsara.
Tak berujung dia. Setelah dia samsara, kelelahan. Oh, deja vu. Ya, setelah itu ya lingkaran waktu.
Should be it. The flow of time is endlessly cycling within one single day.
Terus ya hasil ramalan kimia ada.
Illusions and lies. What do they all mean? The Grand Sage said, "Go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's
Pergilah dan
content." Did he mean something more? That should be it. My mind feels... That doesn't sound right. I need to... The moon... The Grand Sage... We've already experienced... That doesn't sound right.
Kan ini.
We've already experienced...
Terus kita lingkaran
That
waktu.
should be it. What's happening? My mind... The moon...
Okay, so, with what you know so far, what do you think the truth is?
Mana kebenaran yang sesungguhnya menurut kalian? Hasil ramalan kimia dong.
The moon, illusions, and lies. What do they all mean? My mind feels... What's happening right now seems to have...
Oh.
That should...
Jadi kan dia deja vu.
That should... What's happening? The moon, illusions, and lie. That should... The moon... What's happening?
Enggak.
My mind... That should be... My mind...
Dari deja vu, kelelahan. Enggak ya?
That doesn't sound right. I need to... The grand...
Kan tinggal 3 nih.
What's happening right now seems to have happened before. This feeling has been getting stronger and stronger. The moon... That should... The moon... What's happened? The moon... What's happened? The moon... That should...
Yang mana sih?
The moon... That doesn't... The moon... That should... That doesn't sound right. I need... That should be it.
A time loop. You've given similarly wrong answers in the past. A pity.
Still the wrong answer? Paimon thought that made a lot of sense. It feels like time's just repeating itself.
A simple time loop can't explain some of the phenomena. You two are still missing a lot of information. Unfortunately, I can't give you any more hints.
Dunyarzad.
The Sub-Zero's festival is happening every day, but that doesn't mean we can waste an infinite amount of them. Hurry and find the truth before today's festival and...
Suka lihat pengisi suara Dendro Archon.
Let's think about our current situation. To save Dunyarzad, we have to escape the samsara of the Sub-Zero's festival. And to do that, we need to figure out what's happening. The truth. Nahida rejected the idea of a time loop, so we must have missed something, right? Paimon's memories say that we've already done this many times, but let's go talk to people again.
Syarat.
Hey, it's you guys again. Where's your... I see. Did you come back to buy something? I guarantee the freshness of my products. I harvested them from the forest. Huh? What brought this about? I hurried back from the forest yesterday, and I'm selling...
To put it another way, if you really think about it, was yesterday truly yesterday?
What kind of philosophical nonsense is this? Are you two daydreaming? Didn't you know that no one dreams in Sumeru? Go somewhere else if you want to find...
He actually has a point. Is this a dream? True. It's so weird that people here don't dream. Why is that? Anyway, if this all really were just a dream, we would have woken up...
Oh, it's you two. Was my divination so accurate that you felt compelled to compliment me in person? Ooh, I knew it! I told you, the god's divination is highly accurate.
You're really excited about this, huh? So, you're admitting that you don't...
Anyway, what kind of situation did you get into? Huh? Hold on a second. I thought you guys just lost your wallet or fell for a scam. What you just said, are you serious?
Paimon knew you weren't going to believe it.
Marvelous. Truly marvelous. I believe you. Recall the interpretation of your divination. The moon, illusions, and lies. It really felt like...
When you say it like that, the divination does sound like it's...
I believe that the Archon's revelations are never more than vague hints. Anything more specific... The book only says, if you trust your instincts and overcome your fears, the sun will surely rise.
So that's how it is. Looks like fortune-telling is just fortune. We haven't made any progress. Who else can we talk to?
Yeah.
Paimon remembers that we tried talking to her a couple of times, but she always thinks we're playing pranks on her. You think she'll brush us off again? Yeah, if we tap into Dia's strong sense of responsibility... At this time of day...
Bisa sadar kamu, Epe.
I'm fine, my lady. It's just a scratch.
Perfect timing. Both of you are here.
Paimon, traveler, you came at just the right time. Listen, there was a dangerous Huh? You saw? Then why didn't you jump in earlier? If someone was protecting Miss Dunyarzad, I could have went all out.
You want the traveler to take Dunyarzad somewhere to rest up while you check to see if there's still any kidnappers around. Did Paimon get that right?
How did you know what I was going to say?
We need to say something convincing.
Pedang besar deh ya.
Nahida sold her greatsword to raise additional funds.
Dan dia terluka
And then
karena
she was
tidak
injured
terbiasa
because
deh.
she wasn't used to her new weapon.
Tell her, traveler.
Kamu terluka karena belum
I didn't tell anyone about that. Including Miss Dunyarzad. You couldn't have known. And just now, you literally took the words.
All right, so this is the situation.
It's kind of hard to believe what you just told me. First, let me make something clear. Most of us desert dwellers might not be the scholarly type, but we do have basic common sense.
She's quieter than usual. Uninterested in anything and really gloomy.
Yeah, she isn't the same as before, but her parents said that this is how she was like at first.
Huh? At first?
I don't quite understand what you're all talking about. I'll go rest on the bench over there.
My lady, are you angry?
Enggak.
All right, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt since you knew about my greatsword. Let's make this a quick trip. Miss Dunyarzad isn't completely safe here.
Kita suka dia yang ceria gitu. Iya betul di sini. Nahida di dalam. Keluar lagi. Ada dua.
Nahida, we brought a friend. Are you busy?
I thought I told you that it won't help to bring anyone here.
We just wanted her to see the real Dunyarzad's condition.
The real Dunyarzad? Where and who are you talking to?
Huh?
I told you that you two are special. Other people can't see me or Miss Dunyarzad here.
Kasian ya. Di situ loh.
Hold on. Over there. Is that?
Wow. How perceptive. Does she have invisible antennae?
Miss Dunyarzad, she's lying down here, isn't she? How's she doing?
Her condition's really bad, and she's basically in a coma. How did you know she was here?
I can sense her aura. There are also lingering feelings of something like regret or disappointment. What happened?
Do you believe us now? The Sub-Zero's festival has been repeating itself. So, you think the sages are behind this?
Yeah, they've always been against us. Wouldn't surprise me if they're using the Akasha to intentionally repeat the Sub-Zero's festival as a sick joke.
You have a point. Aside from the Dendro Archon, the Academia's sages are the only ones in Sumeru who could pull off something like this. Maybe there's more to the Akasha than we know. Right! Didn't you awaken our memories using something that looked like a knowledge capsule? That means you must know something about the Akasha!
The Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate, as it is the manifestation of the God of Wisdom's power. It compiles the wisdom of the entire populace, and it grants knowledge to the people.
A gnosis could do that? No wonder the Akasha is so magical. It's being powered powered by the gnosis of Sumeru's Archon.
So, this Nahida you mentioned, what did she say?
She said, and Paimon quotes, "The Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate, as it is the manifestation of the God of Wisdom's power. It compiles the wisdom of the entire populace and it grants knowledge to the people."
Compiles the wisdom of the entire populace and grants knowledge to the people. Wait. I get the grants knowledge part. That's what people have always used the Akasha for. But compiling the entire populace's wisdom? How does that work?
Did she mean that the sages enter new knowledge into the Akasha?
Kebanyakan pengetahuan soal dari
Oh yeah, that sounds about right. What do you think?
Orang Sumeru tidak punya mimpi.
People in Sumeru don't dream. What a strange... That doesn't sound right. Okay, Nahida said the Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate, as it is the manifestation of the God of Wisdom's power. It compiles the wisdom of the entire populace. My mind feels...
You mean the Akasha is causing our mental fatigue? Huh. Now, when the desert dwellers set off on their quest for knowledge, a sage once said, knowledge always comes at a price. Compiling the entire country's knowledge. You think the Akasha pulled a 180 and is extracting information from us?
Dari sini.
Who knows? The Akasha can put knowledge into our heads, so who's to say that it can't also poke around in there? We don't know any specifics.
What's the point of doing something like that?
Just think about it. If you could combine the knowledge of every single person in Sumeru, then you can basically turn Sumeru City into a single massive brain. This hive mind could make breakthroughs in problems that even the smartest geniuses can't crack.
An excellent deduction. And the analogy comparing Sumeru City to a massive brain? I love it.
Dia suka analogi.
We should take off our Akasha terminals right away. Maybe that'll solve this problem.
Yeah, I was only wearing this for show in the first place. Didn't expect the sages to cook up such a conspiracy. Mark my words. When this is over, I'm getting evidence and exposing this whole thing to the public.
How does everyone feel? Huh? What is it?
Aku dengar suara dia.
That! Paimon knows what you're talking about. It's a single soft beep that sounds like it's coming from the Akasha terminal.
The sound of a beep. Could it be a prompt tone for when the Akasha is operating?
That's probably an important clue. We weren't using our terminals, but we heard a beep anyway. Traveler, did you hear that?
I heard it too. Our ears aren't messing with us. There was definitely a beep, but it sounded like it was coming from inside my head. We took off our Akasha terminals.
Phase runtime has exceeded its expected length. At this rate, there may be casualties.
But we cannot lose all of our progress.
Awesome. Ulang lagi. Dia pakai lagi tuh.
Paimon remembers everything. Good. You adapted quickly this time. We definitely took off our Akasha terminals last night, but we still heard that beep. Why is that? But now we can at least confirm one thing. The Akasha definitely has something to do with
Ini
trapping us in this cycle.
kayak istilah ini ya, istilah mau mengendalikan dunia pakai apa ya? Kita pernah dengar kalau nggak salah ini Mark ya, mau mengendalikan manusia pakai chip-chip gitu.
It's extremely difficult for lab rats in an experiment to understand why they're being treated the way they are. are you? Nahida, you've never told us anything about yourself.
Jadi dia Archon, Paimon.
I guess I'm the moon.
The moon? Wasn't that the result of our divination?
Anyway, knowing who I am won't help you get closer to the truth, so you should focus on other things. Don't get distracted and miss any clues.
Okay then. Dia helped us a lot yesterday, so let's go find her. If Paimon's reading the time correctly, those kidnappers should be showing up soon.
Balik lagi. Dejavu lagi.
Ah, there you are. I've already taken care of those kidnappers. My lady, did you get hurt?
Dia?
Enggak.
What's wrong? Why are you both gawking at me like that?
Enggak terluka.
Huh? What do you mean this time? Why are you so surprised that I managed to get out unscathed? Those kids were amateurs. Shh! How did you know about my greatsword? I haven't told anyone about it. Please.
So Dia's lost her memories after all.
Anything strange? You already know that I got a new greatsword. It's as if I've already used it to fight a countless number of
Oh
battles.
iya, karena kan dia udah dejavu, dia udah biasa gitu-gitu terus.
Your body feels like it does?
Muscle memory kalau kita
That's
bisa
right.
bilang.
Both mercenaries and warriors heavily rely on muscle memory.
Woi,
Only
ya pas
knowing
kan.
the theory of battle won't get you anywhere.
Traveler, what do you think? Yeah, Paimon's feeling really hopeful. Oh, you're right. Earlier in the Samsara, something like this would have never happened.
I have no clue what you two are talking about, but it's still dangerous here, so...
So you want us to take Dunyarzad somewhere else to rest while you check if there are still more kidnappers around, right?
How did you know what I was gonna say? Can you read minds?
Forget it. Go and do your thing.
Batal. Ulang lagi. Balik lagi ke Nahida.
It's finally nighttime. Aside from Dia not getting injured, everything seems to have stayed the same. Listen, Nahida, we found out that Dia got out just fine today, even though she got injured every other time she fought the kidnappers. Do you think the Samsara has been broken? Have we saved Dunyarzad?
Really? Good job on all that progress. Get some good sleep tonight.
Hey, what kind of an answer is that?
Tomorrow will come. Everyone assumes this is common knowledge, but the only way you can know that for sure is if you experience tomorrow. How many todays has it been? Is it possible that today will be followed by yesterday? Does tomorrow truly exist as anything beyond a made-up concept? It's even possible that this entire world is a lie, and the history of the whole world has just been one endless Sub-Zero's festival.
Okay, no more. Paimon's brain is already shut down.
That's why it makes no sense to waste your energy thinking about things you will learn tomorrow. Get some good rest. You know, use the bathroom and flush your anxiety dookie away.
Huh? Hold on, what did you just say?
Huh? People always say they feel a sense of relief after they take a duk-duk. That's why I suggested you could try that. Is that so strange?
It's so strange and so against common sense that Paimon's at a loss for words. You were sounding kind of smart just a minute ago. Yeah, even though it's happy and lively at the Sub-Zero's festival every day, it feels like it's been a long time since we've really gotten to relax. Let's go back to our room.
Continue the harvest. Compared to what we stand to achieve, is...
Wah, katanya hari ini hari terakhir.
We're still in the same day. Nahida, You already knew last night that we didn't break out of the samsara? Why did you tell us?
Would there have been a point? You would have spent the night with new worries, with tomorrow still out of reach. In that case, you might as well rest within that brief moment of hope. An opportunity like that doesn't come by often, and I thought it might help you clear your minds.
Paimon thought that Duke did that! Whatever. Guess you were looking out for us after all.
Of course. In the time we've been together, you two have been everything to me.
Paimon's flattered and everything, but maybe you're taking things a little fast.
What I mean is, even though I had asked you to solve this puzzle, you two are still the only ones who can see me and sense my presence. In other words, if you weren't here, I may as well not exist. That's why you two have been everything to me. Get it?
Nahida's talking about confusing stuff again.
Anyway, that's enough chit-chat. So, Traveler, did the new clues yesterday help you gain a new understanding of the situation?
Why are you scrapping your previous theory?
Pemikiran dia semakin berkembang.
Oh yeah, you're right! Gosh, how did we not notice that? In a simple time loop, people's
Ntar
physical
Traveler ya.
conditions should also reset.
So, what's your new hypothesis?
Mercenaries rely heavily on muscle memory, and Dia was able to use her experiences to avoid injury in later samsara cycles. Okay, Nahida said the Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate, as it is the manifestation of the God of Wisdom's power. It compiled, and the beep is a prompt tone for Akasha operations.
Dengar suara itu tiap
We
malam
still
juga.
hear it every night. We've already experienced the Sub-Zeru's festival many times.
Oh iya, yang many time. Ini sama ini. Bukan ya? Ya bunyi Akasha dong.
If all our memories of a day are erased at the end of that day,
Berarti kita
then we would unwittingly relive the same day again and again.
Kita tidak berada di waktu yang berulang-ulang. Ya benar. Ingatan kita dihapus.
Oh, then the beep we hear every night could just be indicating the deletion of our memories. That's why when we wake up, everyone thinks the Sub-Zeru's festival hasn't happened yet. It's already the next day, but everyone still thinks it's the day before.
Makanya muscle memorinya masih ada.
Muscle memory can't be erased. That's why
Iya.
Dia has been getting better at using her greatsword. Now everything makes sense.
A brilliant deduction.
Kamu kenapa sih, Nahida? Kayak
Tell us if we're right or wrong.
To put it simply, it's as if you've mistaken a pyro crystal fly for a firefly in the night. You lost sight of its true nature because you focused too much on your perception that it glows.
That isn't simple.
kesimpulannya masih salah.
Why don't you go talk to Miss Dia again? You might learn something new.
Right. She did help us find our latest clue after all. Let's go.
Kamu foto sama Nahida dia. Nanti kamu masuk ke dalam party aku ya. Kenang-kenangan tuh ada mbak-mbak. Waduh. Pas kali ini. Oke, terima kasih, Nak.
Time to go.
My apologies.
Muscle memory.
There you are. Really took me a while to find you.
As expected, Dia also didn't get hurt today.
Get hurt? Why would I? Don't underestimate me.
Well, you're still getting used to your new greatsword.
Huh. Truth be told, I also think it's pretty strange. It just suddenly felt so familiar in my hands and...
Traveler, could you explain the situation to her today? Paimon's gotten a little sick of doing it. Oh, that works.
Keselat hari ini
What happened to you
berkali-kali.
guys while I was gone? Did you get brainwashed by some cult?
Don't think too hard about it. Just take what we're saying at face value.
All right then, let me get this straight. You're telling me that my body's already gotten used to this great sword, but my brain just doesn't remember it?
Yes, your memory's being erased every day.
Then I'd have to disagree. That's impossible.
Oh? Why do you think that?
If we've actually been reliving the Sub-Zero's festival day after day, then what
No,
happened to the things
uang
we
yang
used,
kita keluarkan,
money we
makanan yang
spent,
kita
food?
makan.
Common sense says my wallet should have emptied itself a long time ago. There's no way I wouldn't have noticed that.
Tapi kalau kalau memanfaatkan sumber daya kota dan informasi disediakan oleh Aksa.
They could use the Akasha to record what everyone did that day, and then use the city's resources to replenish everything. It's not very likely, but it's also not impossible.
No, it is impossible. I've got proof.
You have proof?
Where?
Where?
You two are surprisingly serious about this nonsensical discussion. Fine, I'll play along for a come with me, Miss Dunyarzad. Please come along as well. I still can't guarantee that this area is safe.
Paimon can't believe it's Dia who wants to show us something this time. 2 days ago, we were the ones taking her to see Dunyarzad.
Yang di pojok nih.
This is it.
Apa nih?
Huh? This is a wooden training dummy. What about it?
See those
Dia
marks on
latihan.
the dummy? Those are the result of several days' worth of practice. Let's say the sages didn't replace it every day. Shouldn't it be hacked to pieces by now?
That's true, but what if they did?
Then the sages would have had to reproduce every mark I left during previous training sessions. I'm a professional fighter. My martial school has always emphasized the importance of refined control. The force, angle, and entry point of each strike is calculated and deliberate. That's why I remember every mark on the dummy, as well as my state of mind as I made each strike. It's just as they say, each swordsman has their own unique style, and even the same swordsman can't make the same cut.
Is it really impossible? What if they use some fancy machine to carve every single mark?
People often say that a camera's photo can never replace an artist's painting because the former has no spirit to it. The same thing applies here. At a mere glance, I can differentiate carved marks from the results of combat training. Whew, I hope that cleared things up for you. Hey, is this that new brain exercise game that's been super popular with the scholars lately? It's surprisingly fun. Anyway, it's getting late. I should escort Miss Dunyarzad to Nilu's stage. See you later.
Diam dia.
Back to square one. Is our memory deletion theory also wrong? But at least we've reached some other conclusions in the meantime.
Kita tidak ada di dunia nyata.
That's true. So, can we think of any new ideas right? Strange? Paimon feels like everything's been strange lately. Huh? Leaving the city? You're right! It's really strange how we never thought of such a simple solution! Paimon can't believe it! Did we miss this because we're tunnel visioning too hard on our other theories? Or because we're just too tired? How about we go back and ask Nahida? Maybe...
Ya, coba tanya Nahida. Nahida.
You're back early today. Did you find something new?
Mhm.
Sort of. We're mostly sure now that we're not in a time loop. And we also aren't in the real world. But at the same time, we have a new question.
Apa kita tidak pernah coba keluar kota?
Leaving the city. As far as I remember, you've mentioned your plans to do that twice before.
We did? But we don't remember anything. What happened after we talked about those plans?
Let me think. I don't think you ever actually told me what the outcome was. Oh, it's probably more accurate to say that both times you never came back the whole night. But you two sometimes stay out the entire night anyway, so at the time, I didn't think too much about it.
It is true that sometimes we lose track of time during our investigations. Before we know it, it'll already be the next day. But still, neither of us remember anything about leaving town.
Really? That's kind of strange. In theory, I should have already awakened all your memories.
Yep, something here's definitely fishy. Let's get to the bottom of this tomorrow.
Skip lagi kan?
Our memories are back! About that, well, where should Paimon begin?
Traveler, aside from your memories that were just restored, I have another message for you. Listen to it and you'll understand.
Can't go back. There are countless spaces here. Our Sub-Zeru's festival in Sumeru City is just one of them.
Bisa kembali, ada banyak ruang tak terhingga di sini. Kembali, festival Sumeru di kota Sumeru hanya salah satunya.
Traveler, you should be missing 2 days worth of memories. Paimon will fill you in.
2 hari yang lalu. Kenapa lagi ini anjir?
Time to carry out our plan from yesterday. Okay.
Terus? Anjir, keren kali ini. Ini ada ini nih. Main nih. Oh, kalau kita kayak gini gimana? Kalau kita langsung ke sini. Oh, oke.
Why can't we leave the city? What is the academia up to now?
Don't ask me. It's not like I can tell you anything. This is a direct order from the Grand Sage. Just wait until tomorrow.
I have a real emergency. My goods have already arrived at Port Ormos. If I don't hurry, they'll be stolen.
That's your problem. Make sure you make a request in advance next time.
But it's not like you can just predict business matters in advance.
It looks like the Academia already announced a lockdown for Sumeru City today. How completely unsurprising. Let's go and question them. Hello, sir. Why can't we leave the city today?
Here we go again. Don't ask me. I don't know either. We just received an order that no one is allowed to enter or exit Sumeru today. They didn't tell us anything else. Angering me won't get you anywhere. If I had that kind of insider info, I would have left this stupid post long ago.
It looks like he really doesn't know. If we can't get anything out of him, let's take matters into our own hands. Why don't we climb over the walls? This is a good spot, and the guard hasn't noticed us at all. Let's hurry! Huh? Why? Are you going to leave Paimon behind?
Wah, pintar anjir, pintar kali si Aider, coy. Gila. Iya sih, kalau misalkan dua-duanya pergi, nanti kan dua-duanya kena, mendingan salah satu. Wah, parah ini. Reaksi Aider pintar. Kalau berangkat dua-duanya bisa bahaya. Ingatan.
get really weird out there and you get into some trouble, then Paimon won't be able to help you. Oh, Paimon knows that Paimon can't do much, but we've always been together.
Tenang aja, Paimon.
Okay. Paimon will wait for you. Promise Paimon that you'll come back as soon as possible. Just a quick look. And please, be careful.
Habis itu ngapa lagi Paimon?
Memories!
Ayo kita coba keluar kotanya. Nangis dia.
Paimon would never see you again. You just disappeared. Paimon waited for you for hours and hours at the city wall and you never came back. You promised Paimon that you were only taking a quick look.
Paimon, calm down. He's here now. I don't think he understood what you were saying.
Anjir.
Paimon doesn't care. Paimon wanted to go look for you, but you also said that Paimon should stay. Paimon was so worried and so scared the entire day. Okay. Paimon will forgive you. The most important thing is that you didn't actually disappear. Oh, Paimon was so scared that you had gone into another world.
Okay, Paimon, can you tell us your perspective of what really happened yesterday? Let's see. Using two people's different perspectives.
After that, you left the city. Paimon kept her eyes on you the whole time, but then you disappeared in an instant. No way! Paimon was watching you with the fullest attention.
What's your perspective, Traveler? You sure you don't have any memory of this? I guess that explains everything. You also lost your memories the last 2 times you tried to leave the city. Those days' memories can't be awoken.
So, if we leave the city, our memories will be completely erased?
Mereka yang meninggalkan kota juga akan dihapus ingatannya, jadi mereka tidak hanya membatasi akses ke kota Sumeru.
It really sounds like something big outside of the city is being hidden on purpose. But this way, we'll also never discover what's outside.
Apakah kita bisa meninggalkan sesuatu selain ingatan kita?
Like a message? But how can we send it back?
Don't look at me like that. I'm not used to being stared at. Well, okay. You want something that can pass on messages, right? Give me some time and take care of Dunyarzad for me.
Yep, now we're talking.
Apa yang kamu lakukan, Nahida? Emang temannya dia.
I'm done. Here you go.
What? Isn't this just an Akasha terminal?
I made some little changes. Akasha terminals are already capable of sending messages. I just tweaked it so that it could connect to any node.
To make something like this? Nahida, you really know the Akasha like the back of your hand. Anyway, we can use this now to record a message, right?
Yep. I'll help you save the messages. It should be pretty easy to use. I just can't guarantee the user's status and signal coverage when they're outside the city.
We'll never know until we try. At least we're taking the initiative now. Let's go then. Let's expose those sages.
Tinggal lagi.
Alright. Paimon isn't as worried about being separated since it happened once yesterday. But Paimon still isn't happy about it. Okay, see you tomorrow, Traveler. That covers everything that's happened so far.
Pesan untuk diriku waktu aku keluar dari kota.
Yes. Although the signal was choppy and had some interference, we still managed to receive 2 messages from you when you were outside. Okay, now that you understand what's going on, let's hear the messages
Oh, jadi tadi
together.
masa lalu. Apa yang kamu bilang, Traveler?
Can't go back. There are countless spaces here. Our Sub-Zeru's festival in Sumeru City is just one of them. I've entered another space. Before me are flowing sandstone and howling fish. Impossible and surreal sights. All these spaces are empty except for the occasional ones that contain mute puppets rather than people. I can't sense any human presence.
Katanya. Lucu kali deh.
That's one heck of an info dump. It sounds like you left the Sumeru city space when you set foot outside of the walls. But everything looked completely normal when Paimon was looking out from the inside. That's unbelievable. And if we take your word for it, the other spaces all had very weird contents. There's another part here. We only received it last night.
These spaces have been disappearing one after the other, absorbed by something like a sun in the sky.
In the sky.
And now, even the final space has also disappeared. Behind me, a lot of spaces just appeared again from thin air. I get it now. Those spaces are actually...
Ayah.
Why did the message end right there? What did the traveler want to say? What are those spaces? Probably because yesterday just happened to end at that moment. Oh, right. Paimon did hear a beep from the Akasha. Did it come from here or from the message? The message. It should have come from the traveler's Akasha terminal. After the beep, Traveler said even the final space has also disappeared. Traveler, what do you think that final space could have been?
Ayo berpikir. Ruang tanpa manusia.
Spaces I saw outside the city had one thing in common: a lack of human presence. Was that space actually the real world?
Enggak.
My impression is that each day in this samsara only ends at the sound.
Enggak lah, inilah.
It doesn't sound right.
Oh.
Oh, so that's what it is. After the sound of the beep, the final space, the Sub-Zeru's festival, also disappears, and we're taken to the next day. Later on, Traveler also mentioned a bunch of new spaces materializing behind them. Do lots of new spaces appear every day? Paimon's head is spinning. Just what are these spaces anyhow? Well, consider this. For all the horrors of the Archon War, at its heart, it was just a game where a bunch of gods fought over 7 seats. So no matter how strange or spooky things may look on the surface, maybe all they point to in the end is a small and simple secret. Wow, the Archon War, huh? That's an analogy and a half.
Ayo.
Hey, where are you going?
Keren cerita anjir, sumpah. Nggak bohong gitu. Gila. Di tempat si Mbak.
Do you want some alone time to think? Alright then, Paimon won't disturb you.
The dance of Sub-Zeros is about to begin. I'm going to go watch it.
Okay, Dunyarzad. We still have some other stuff to do first.
Okay then. See you later.
Have you figured it out yet, Traveler? Time? Awesome! What is it? Paimon wants to know. Oh, wait, no. Let's meet up with Nahida first. You can tell us both together. This time, we're gonna get to the truth.
Terakhir si traveler ya. Halo Nahida.
You're back. I've been waiting forever for you two. Judging by the looks on your faces, are you ready to take your Sub-Zero's exam and graduate from the festival? Okay. First off, have you discovered the hidden truth?
We've already experienced the Sub-Zeru's festival many times, and the day of... Okay, Nahida said people in Sumeru don't dream. What a strange phenomenon.
Dihubungkan dengan
The moon illusions.
hubungkan dengan ini. Bukan inilah. Bukan informasi. Kita terhubungkan dulu ya.
All the bizarre spaces I saw outside the city had one thing in common. A lack of human presence.
Oh yeah.
Those spaces remind me of dreams. Like the one I had. The
Jadi
moon.
ini sama mimpi tanpa manusia. Jadilah kenyataan
We are all
mimpi.
in a dream. It isn't that the people of Sumeru don't dream. Rather, the Akasha is taking their dreams from them.
People in Sumeru think they don't dream, but the truth is the Akasha steals their dreams without them knowing it. And those spaces with no human presence are stolen dreams without their host. That would explain why they sounded so weird when he was trying to describe them. Huh. So people in Sumeru do dream after all. In fact, we're all in one big dream together right now.
Correct answer. Now, how did you conclude that the Akasha is capable of this?
Ya, itu bergantung pada kenosis
The
tuh
Akasha
berproses.
relies on the power of a gnosis to operate. It is the manifestation of the God of Wisdom's power. It compiles the wisdom of the entire populace. And
Oh,
it grants knowledge to the people.
That doesn't sound right. That doesn't
oh,
sound right.
Oh, okay. Those dream-controlling creatures in the forest also get their power from the Dendro Archon, right? That would explain why the Akasha has the ability to control people's dreams, too. But is stealing everyone's dreams really how the Akasha compiles their wisdom? Isn't there anything more to it than that?
Dreams are fantastical, complex, and full of imagination. People's brains are the most active when they're dreaming. In other words, dreams are rich bundles of human wisdom.
So, in other words, the complete opposite of how Hypatia understood it. Paimon remembers her saying that the sages think dreams are foolish delusions, and the fact that no one dreams is a blessing from Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. The real story is that the sages from the Academia are using the Akasha to steal people's dreams for their own use, huh?
Oh? By the sounds of it, you understand the current situation pretty well. So then, what about the samsara?
The Grand Sage said. Those spaces kept disappearing before my eyes. But as soon as that beep sounded, many more spaces materialized. Those dreamscapes kept vanishing. But as soon as that beep sounded, more new spaces appeared.
Bunyi. Oh, bukan. Bukan. Produk kipas angin sih.
Correct. The Akasha is keeping each person's brain in a constant dream state, but also separating their consciousness from their own dream. Their disembodied consciousness is placed inside the collective dream of the Sub-Zero's festival along with everyone else's, while their now vacant dreams are harvested by the Akasha. No one is any the wiser as another day passes in the dream, and so begins another samsara cycle. People wake up to yet another dream about the Sub-Zero's festival. The dreams that belong to them are once again harvested by the Akasha, and so it continues.
So, this is like a dream factory, and the Akasha is a dream harvesting machine.
Very good, Paimon. Using analogies well is an excellent habit to get into.
Okay, so that beep we keep hearing is actually from our real-life Akasha terminals. Taking off our terminals in this dream doesn't do anything.
All right, last question. Who am I?
Dendro.
They say that alchemical divination is the Dendro Archon's divine revelation. So then, if Nahida has referred to herself as the moon... Now that I think about it, wasn't illusions hinting at the sage's...
So you noticed. I thought that one would be the hardest question. That's why I put it last.
That wasn't hard at all. Even Paimon guessed that. Everything about you is different. We just didn't want to expose you is all. Now that you mention it, Nahida, you've been hinting to us since the very beginning. It's funny. Thinking back to when we were asking all over the place for info about Lesser Lord Kusanali. Paimon didn't expect to meet you like this.
Yes, those can wait until we're back in real life. On the other hand, I'd be happy to answer any more questions you have about here and now. You asked me this question before. My answer was, it would literally blow your minds. Now that you know this is all a dream, this answer should hopefully make more sense. Have you heard the saying, don't wake a sleepwalker? Likewise, if someone suddenly had told you all this instead of you learning it on your own, your notion of reality and dream would be thrown into irreversible confusion. I couldn't expose you to that kind of risk. That's why I could only give you very subtle hints and some suggestions. Long story short, I'm really sorry I had to keep you guessing. Firstly, this dream we're in is completely based on reality. People have already experienced this Sub-Zero's festival, so it would be very difficult for them to find anything that strikes them as surreal. Secondly, you're probably wondering why people don't have any memories from earlier samsara, right? That's because people don't remember their dreams most of the time anyway. And in any case, so whenever they wake up in this dream of the Sub-Zero's festival, they don't remember anything from their
Never mind, Paimon. Traveler had a dream when we were in the Avidia Forest, but could...
Yes. Only after receiving the blessing of Dendro can a person gain the Dendro element's dream and hit. Meanwhile, everyone else has no idea that they are in the Sub-Zero's festival samsara. I know, right? Why did they have to base this dream on my birthday? Could it really just be a coincidence?
Even you don't know the reason? Wow. Now that's strange.
The Academia sages are determined to harvest lots of dreams in a short time, no matter the cost. They have to be up to no good. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about it. Traveler, do you have any information?
The Grand Sage said, "Go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content."
Celebrate the birth of that god? Could it mean... I know, right? Why did they have to...
Even you don't know the reason?
The Academia... Traveler, do you have...
Okay, Nahida said those spaces that doesn't sound. That doesn't.
Ya, benar. Saya cuma mengulang, takutnya salah.
Can humans really keep dreaming forever like this? We might say your mental fatigue has already answered this question, especially those whose health is compromised to begin with, like Dunyarzad. People's lives are at stake here, and nobody knows a thing.
Udah nggak ada.
Deceiving the people of Sumeru with no regard for their safety. No matter what they're trying to do, this is unforgivable. After we end the Sub-Zero's festival Samsara, we have to look into them. How can the sages of the Academia do this behind their Archon's back? This is ridiculous! In the end, I'm just the moon. The real sun is Long Khan. A sun and a moon? Nahida's talking in riddles again.
Sunnya kan dia.
Oh, we're out of time today. I'll tell you how to break free of the samsara tomorrow. See you then.
Karena yang aslinya kan udah nggak ada lagi. Orang-orang cuman.
Good morning, Nahida. Wait. Now that Paimon remembers everything, should we instead say good morning, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Right?
Hey,
Apa pusing?
what's wrong, Nahida? You don't look too good. I'm afraid that what you're thinking right now is correct. Did Dunyarzad already disappear? No way.
Jangan.
The real Dunyarzad's consciousness has indeed disappeared. It can no longer endure the constant dream harvesting.
What? Hah? Dia beneran meninggal? Anjir, dia beneran meninggal. Hah?
Paimon can't believe it. Wait, so what about that other Dunyarzad? Just what is she? Is she also going to disappear? She's actually something like a puppet, but not completely.
Huh?
The real Dunyarzad's consciousness could no longer keep playing her role in this dream.
Huh?
So another Dunyarzad appeared to replace her in the dream. Just like the grass and the trees, that Dunyarzad is just a building block of the dream that helps to keep it going. But personality-wise, she's nothing like the real Dunyarzad. Puppets are stiff and can't copy a living person's vitality. After all, they're just there as filler.
Hah? Anjir, beneran meninggal, coy.
Speaking of which, the old Dunyarzad might not have been too different from a puppet. Dunyarzad truly believed that she met you within her consciousness, and it was you who inspired her. So you do remember her after all. Yes. Back then, her family was overly protective of her. No one cared about her personality or thoughts. It was as if she only lived to stall her Elazar. I just gave her a little wisdom so she could look at life in a new way. So that she could be her own person. But even so, she still... Far from it. I'm still a long way off from being a real Archon. I couldn't even save her. If I were a competent Archon, I wouldn't have let my most faithful follower die at the Sub-Zero's festival with so many
Sebenarnya belum kelar lagi. Aduh. Ini nggak cepat. juga sempat menikmati festivalnya.
Please don't beat yourself up over it, Nahida. It's the sage's fault, and
I'm not beating myself up. All I did was to rationally observe the distance between myself and a real Archon.
Don't be like that, Nahida. Even real Archons are still allowed to be sad.
To prevent more tragedies like this, we must end the samsara as soon as possible.
Great, but how do we do that?
Although the Sub-Zero's festival dream is under the Akasha's control, only humans can dream. Even the Akasha is unable to create them. That means this dream belongs to a host who created it.
Huh? So, how should we find that person?
Well, if this is someone's dream, then everything here must come from deep within their consciousness. Which means, with the power of imagination, they can change anything in this dream.
Imagination? What do you mean by that?
Imagination means breaking through what you perceive as normal. Like when the server at a tavern brings a plate to you, you'd naturally assume that food is on it. However, if you're the dream's host and you become aware that you're dreaming, when you imagine gold and more on the plate, the dream will respond in kind, and the server really will bring you gold and
Apa
more.
lucid dream ya?
But right now, our host is unaware that this is a dream. No matter how many times they're served, it will always be food.
Setelah kita menemukan pemimpi lalu
Find
bagaimana?
some way to make that person realize that they're dreaming. Usually, once that happens, the person will wake up and the dream samsara will be broken.
How are we going to find them, though? If it could be anyone, it'd be like looking for a needle in a haystack. And even if we did find them, how are we supposed to make them realize they're dreaming? After all, like you said, don't wake a sleepwalker.
It's extremely difficult, yes. But the only ones who can do it are you two. Remember, everything you've achieved up to this point has all been for the sake of finding the host and ending the samsara. As for me, during this time, I'll be out of town.
Out of town? Are you going to that place full of dreams where the traveler went?
Yes. I want to try something. There must still be a small wisp of possibility. Hurry and go. Dreams are supposed to be fantastical, romantic, and full of pleasant surprises. Unnecessary things like this samsara need to end.
Paimon's still a little upset that we've come this far only
Dan
for
Yarzad.
Dinyarzad to... She was such a good person, with such a simple wish. But fate was against her. Yeah. Saving Dinyarzad is what kept us going this whole time.
Hiduplah Diansat lagi.
Lose hope, traveler. Dinyarzad would definitely want to see us save everyone else. So let's break the samsara for her sake. Paimon's wondering, do you think the sages would get one of their own to be the host of this stream? Feels like it would be easier to control it that way.
Mimpi tidak tahu menahu mungkin tidak menyadari kalau ini adalah mimpi. Kalau mereka tahu rencana, mereka mungkin akan sadar kalau mereka sedang bermimpi.
That's true. Plus, the sages probably weren't counting on there being other factors beyond their control, like Nahida and us. So, who do you think the host of the dream is?
Faris si kesatria bunga.
Oh, that would make sense. Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, is a sim. Let's go ask him.
You're back. You left in a hurry last time. Is everything okay?
Everything's fine. Just, it's a little.
An experiment? That.
Could you make a wish?
You want me to make a wish? Is that a new Sub-Zero's festival tradition or something?
Less questions, more wishing!
Okay. My wish. Okay. I'm a little nervous saying this out loud, but I want Miss Dunyarzad to be happy.
Oh.
I noticed earlier that she looked a bit down, and she wasn't really talking to anyone. She just doesn't seem like herself. She's always so gentle and kind, and all the kids love her. I've also wondered if the reason she asked me to be Fairest Knight of Flowers is because I'm special to her, or something.
So, you have a crush on Dunyarzad?
Oh, is it that obvious? After what I just said, I guess it is. When she placed the hat of the Knight of Flowers onto my head, she said to me, I want everyone to have a happy Sub-Zero's festival. What she didn't realize was that I'm not that interested in how everyone else feels.
Iya,
In that
sial.
moment, I just wanted to be her Knight of Flowers for the rest of my life. 50 years, 100 years, I'll serve her till the end of time.
Aduh. Bener-bener meninggal lagi.
Okay, yeah, that was a bit much. Felt like the right moment to get it off my chest, but that was pretty embarrassing. Okay, I'm ready to make my wish. I would like Miss Dunyarzad to appear in front of me right now with a smile on her face. Here goes.
Please come true.
I'm gonna open my eyes. Oh, you're...
What?
Faki? Sorry, but only one portion of Yalda candies per person. Back home you go. Nice try, you two. Anyway, never mind. I don't need to see her appear right in front of me. As long as she's happy.
Guess he isn't the host of this stream after all. Should have expected it wouldn't be this easy. It seems like everyone who knows Dunyarzad loves her. But none of them has any idea that she...
My lady, step back.
Oh iya deh, iya.
Oh, right. This is when Dunyarzad bumps into the... Huh? But Dia can handle them. Hey, Traveler!
Dia gimana ya kan? Dia kan sayang kali tuh sama si... Aduh, sama si mbak-mbak itu. Itu puppet sih. Boneka itu.
Oh, it's you. Great timing. Please take... Hey, this is my job. The Homiyanis pay me, not you. You... fine, all right. Knock yourself out. Why are you so worked up? Anyway, watch yourself.
So you got yourself some backup.
That's close enough. One with the force.
Permainkan kau.
The wind knows me.
No more
Into the wind.
Your sleeve.
That's close enough.
Can't see.
Akan nih.
Let's nip that in the bud. As one with wind and cloud.
Traveler, were you just taking your anger out on those guys? You and Nahida both. Dunyarzad wouldn't want to see you two like this. Oh, and speaking of her, Paimon just remembered something. Remember how during the first Sub-Zero's festival, before the Samsara started, we
Oh
came
iya,
here
dia
with
mau ngambil
Dendra's
barang.
because she wanted to pick something up? She said it was because she had forgotten something. Okay, so Paimon's memory is working so far. Anyway, Paimon also remembers that she is staying somewhere, yeah, even if it's only a tiny clue.
Ayo cepat cari.
This is the place. It's rude to enter other people's... Hey, the windows are unlocked. Okay, Paimon's gonna take a peek inside. This was only a temporary residence, so there was pretty much nothing inside except this book on the table. Should we open it?
Ntar ya mau catat dulu untuk konten. Jadi aku berharap bisa menyerahkannya pada kalian. Ini adalah legenda yang tersebar di antara rakyat jelata tentang hal yang aku catat sebagai wawancara yang aku lakukan pada waktu. Meski telah mewawancara banyak sekali orang, tapi benar-benar manusia itu masih sangat sedikit. Tapi informasi mungkin belum secara nilai terus kenali. Pencarian, persediaan air di desa kita pernah tercemar, memaksa semua orang pergi jauh mendapatkan air. Tapi suatu hari mereka menyadari bahwa airnya dapat diminum kembali. Konon katanya ada cahaya hijau bersinar dekat sumber mata air. Malam semua orang percaya bahwa ini kekuatan suci dari listrik nasional. Ketika sumber mata air sudah terganti, masih akan butuh waktu sangat lama untuk menekan di apakah kekuatan lain muncul dari desa Kenapa. Sejak mama meninggal, aku sering takut gelap dan tidak berani tidur. Tapi ada suara menemaniku berbincang tempat aku tertidur. Ada seorang kakek bernama memberitahu kalau sering menyayangiku. Anak yang kasihan, aku harap festival bisa membuatnya sedikit lebih baik. Ini sangat mirip dengan pengalaman waktu dia juga. Dia memang benar-benar lemah lembut. Suatu hari aku mabuk dan tidak menemukan jalan bawah atau berbuat di lingkungan aku melihat sana dia tinggi sekali, kakinya datang kekar sekali, lalu aku terjatuh, dia menangkapku. Pagi kedua waktu aku sadar aku berada di bawah sebatang pohon yang ya kalau memang aku rasanya dia pohon sepertinya kan legenda.
Wow, Dunyarzad wrote all of this. Sounds like she was always thinking of us even while we were away. Even though she was also busy preparing for the Sub-Zero's festival and had all her health problems to worry about.
Iya baik kali dia tuh.
She must have wanted to give this to us as a gift on the day of the Sub-Zero's festival, right? If we hadn't found this book, we never would have known. But now that we know, we can't.
Aduh, tinggi. Dunia rasa. Aduh. Hidupin lagi lah dunia zat nih, sial lah. Kayaknya bisa hidup nih. Nggak ada yang nggak mungkin kan. Bonekanya.
It's Dunyarzad's puppet.
Aku akan lebih ke kalau aku ucapkan keluar. Terima kasih.
Traveler.
Aduh.
You must be exhausted. Come to think of it, we've been stuck in this place for a really, really long time. Heck, even the last time we were chatting happily with Denyerzad feels like an eternity ago.
Ada. Duh, dia baik. Aduh, dia baik kali padahal ya. Duh, musiknya pas pula lagi.
Paimon still remembers when we were sitting here, and the way her eyes sparkled when she talked about Nilu's dance of Sub-Zerus.
There will always be frustrations in life, but I know that the point of living is not to leave behind any regrets.
Aku tahu juga adalah bertiga.
That was what the real Denyerzad said, wasn't it? Does that mean...
Yes, traveler. What?
Oh, so she's still just a puppet. But just now, how come... What? Where are we going this time?
Saya pergi. Anjir lah. Itu NPC itu gimana itu? NPC-nya ngena anjir.
If you continue to resist, we will have to order an investigation into every single event organized. The Grand Sage has already granted you much leniency. I advise that you exercise tact.
How did things turn out like this?
Gas aja lah.
Traveler? You don't have to get involved. He's a sage from the academia.
Gas aja lah tuh babi orang tuh semua itu sumpah.
Traveler, what the heck are you doing? If you get arrested by the academia, that's another week gone to waste.
Ya, gimana lagi dia? Tuh, dia tahu itu tuh si babi ini pasti tahu nih kayak ini.
Wait, they're not reacting. Have they been scared stiff?
Mereka boneka.
Oh, of course. If this is the sage's plan, they wouldn't put themselves through this. So they're just substitutes.
What is this? What happened to the Grand Sage and his entourage? Like I said, they symbolize the goddess of flowers. It's just a shame that all the real Bodhisattvas went extinct after her death.
Yes. The Greater Lord brought forth new Bodhisattvas in memory of the goddess of flowers. But she ultimately could never truly replicate that beautiful shade of purple.
That beautiful shade of purple. Aren't these flowers real Bodhisattvas? Just like the ones from the legend? I didn't even notice.
But didn't you just say all the real flowers went extinct after the goddess of flowers passed away?
Oh.
So, how?
Yeah. What's going on here? Huh? You guys are acting weird. But okay, I'll
Jangan dia pemiliknya.
Hey! They disappeared! So Nilu's the host. What a surprise! Purple Bodhisattvas don't exist in the real world anymore. But in Nilu's subconscious, they can appear as decorations on the stage. It's just like the example Nahida told us. People assumed there will be food on a plate, and Nilu assumed there would be real Patisaras in the flower pots. So when you saw the flowers, you instantly knew it was Nilu? But if we want to end the samsara, we need the host to become aware that they're dreaming. How should we make Nilu realize that?
Am I dreaming?
Huh?
So I'm right. Is this Lesser Lord Kusanali responding to our celebration of the Sub-Zeru's festival?
Wrong guess, but you aren't completely wrong either. The point is, what made you think this is a dream? As far as you know, people in Sumeru don't dream, right?
Yeah, but have you heard the tale of the first sage? To prevent a calamity, he went on a journey to find the Dendro Archon.
Ooh, sounds familiar. Dunyarzad told us a story like that when we first arrived in Sumeru City. So it was about the first sage, huh?
Yep, but in the part you heard, he hadn't become the first sage yet. There's more to the story. His piety and wisdom were acknowledged by the Dendro Archon, and she finally gave her blessing to him. All kinds of spectacular scenes appeared in front of the first sage, as if all the knowledge in the world was being painted onto a canvas right before him. He was captivated. After who knows how long, he mastered all the knowledge he could comprehend. Afterward, he said to the Dendro Archon, "I miss my parents, my wife, and my children. I've been away from home for far too long. They must be worried." The Dendro Archon smiled. The next second, the sage found himself lying in his bed, as if he had just woken up from a dream. His wife, lying next to him, said, "You're off to search for the Dendro Archon today, aren't you? Have a safe journey, my love." In the end, the first sage took care of many disasters in Sumeru City and founded the Academia.
So, the first sage was dreaming ever since the beginning of the story? He never went on his journey?
Yes, but his faith and determination were conveyed to the Dendro Archon, so she blessed him in the form of a dream.
Paimon understands where you're coming from now. That's a really interesting connection. But we really gotta wake up soon, like the sage in the story.
I see. Well, it just so happens that today's Sub-Zeru's festival is almost over too. Since we're in a dream, let's make this final dance of Sub-Zeru's as beautiful as we can.
Saya akan menari dengan senang hati. Aku akan menyebut.
The wait is over, everyone. I dedicate this to our god, the dance of Sub-Zeru's.
Kasihan loh.
I'd be lying if I said I had no regrets. I would have loved to
Aku
see
mikir dia juga, sumpah. Nggak bisa lihat dia nih loh.
feels like she's been asleep for the longest time. Paimon's head feels super heavy. Did we oversleep? Paimon thinks it was after the Sub-Zero's festival. The Sub-Zero's festival! Have we finally escaped from the Sub-Zero samsara? Quick! Take off your Akasha terminal!
Ayo Mbak. Ada nggak Mbak ya? Masih hidup kan? Itu kan aslinya udah meninggal. Ya tempat duduk dia itulah. Bukan. Tempat tidur. Kok ada Catherine?
Well done, Traveler and Paimon. And thank you, Dunyarzad, for organizing the Sub-Zero's festival for me.
I'm sorry, who are...
Beneran?
Oh, a Traveler, Paimon. I have something amazing to tell you.
Dia hidup lagi dia.
This is a dream. And I saw Nilu performing the dance of Sub-Zero's.
Oh, tadi itu memang Dendro tadi. Catherine ini pasti sini nih. Pasti si Nahida kamu kan, Catherine. Apa yang kamu lakuin aku tidak tahu, pokoknya kamu itu nih sama aku nyanyikan lagu ini. Sama Catherine. Aku juga mau foto sama si Neza biar nggak kelihatan seperti mesum. Salah Ra. Ya udahlah. Gini aja lah ya. Halo. NPC yang mantap. You're so beautiful.
You're actually Nahida, aren't you? Paimon felt like Catherine was acting weird when we met at the Sub-Zero's festival. And Dunyarzad, did you save her?
It's a really long story. We shouldn't disturb her. Her consciousness is still weakened. Let's chat somewhere else. How about by the Traveler's favorite bench?
Traveler favorite bench. Mana cara kau menyelamatkannya, Nahida?
Let's talk about Dunyarzad first. It's such a relief that she's alright.
After we parted on the last day of the Sub-Zero's festival, I left the city and saw what the Traveler had described. Among the countless dreams, I found one that was growing fainter and fainter. This proved my suspicion. Once Dunyarzad could no longer bear the Akasha harvesting her dreams, her consciousness began to dissipate. But this also meant it escaped the Akasha's control. Such a small fragment of consciousness can't last for very long, though. It will return to its original dream, where both will gradually fade until they completely disappear. I used all the power I had to keep her dying dream alive as long as possible. But it still wouldn't have lasted for much longer if it hadn't been for you two breaking the samsara.
So it looks like we did manage to save Dunyarzad in the end. Not a moment too soon.
Ini benar-benar keajaiban.
Why are you two smiling so happily? I thought you'd be so moved that you'd start crying. I need to spend more time observing human emotions.
fine. Everyone reacts differently. All right. You two must have a lot of other questions for me, right? After all, you saved my faithful believer. As your reward, I will answer any and all questions.
Kok kamu mirip
To be
Catherine?
accurate, I'm using the Akasha as a medium to occupy Catherine's consciousness. How did you do that? Poor Catherine. Does this mean you can also occupy? Theoretically, I can enter anyone's mind as long as they're wearing their Akasha terminal. The Akasha is the legacy of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. As Lesser Lord Kusanali and the first Akasha terminal, my consciousness has always been linked to the Akasha. I've always respected my people's free will, so I've never actually occupied their consciousness. When necessary, I just borrow this bionic Snezhnayan puppet. Hold on. Did we just learn some deep, dark secret? So Catherine is... No wonder Paimon felt something was off about her. What about your own body? Why do you need to borrow other people's? Don't you live in the sanctuary of Surasthana? That story begins a long time ago. After Greater Lord Rukkhadevata disappeared, the sages found my newly born self and took me back to Sumeru. At that time, I was young and weak. The sages kept me in the sanctuary of Surasthana, ostensibly for the sake of protecting me. But I've hardly heard from them since. However, I do understand that they had hoped to find Greater Lord Rukkhadevata instead of me, a symbol of her passing. So, the sages basically put their new Archon under house arrest? How dare they! Why don't you teach them a lesson, Nahida? In some ways, they aren't wrong. Greater Lord Rukkhadevata was omniscient and omnipotent. Even after her death, the Akasha is still empowering this nation. And I'm still really far away from being able to call myself the God of Wisdom. Moreover, the Academia is also... Yeah! You got a lot of believers! Just look at the Sub-Zero's festival! Everyone who showed up truly... Thank you for the kind words. But I honestly don't need physical freedom as long as I can connect my consciousness to the Akasha. Trying to find a way to save Irminsul is my life's mission and top priority. I will work on that, and try to live up to being a deity in the meantime. Every once in a while, I will also take up the duties of the God of Wisdom and enlighten a lost soul here and there. Doing all that should be enough. You mean how the Akasha stops you from having dreams? Yeah, it's been such a long time. It's not that no one noticed. It's more like no one cared. Ultimately, it's all misdirection? The sages convinced everyone to believe that being unable to dream is a sign of rationality and wisdom. Even if the truth is that their dreams are being... With their propaganda in place, the sages can maximize their... Besides, Greater Lord Rukkhadevata must have created the Akasha in the hopes that it could be... Anyway, the perspective by now, even those who never use Akasha terminals, got it. I hope my answers were satisfactory, seekers of knowledge. To be honest, maintaining Dunyarzad's fading dream took a lot of mental energy. I think I may need to rest for a while. Oh, and you don't need to worry too much about the sages' activities for now. The Akasha won't be able to conduct another project on the scale of the Sub-Zero Samsara in the immediate future. Go and get some sleep. Leave everything to us. What a relief. This is truly the most exhausting birthday I've ever had.
Traveler? Paimon? Why am I here? Do either of you know?
Maybe you were sleepwalking. You know you can't wake up a sleepwalker. Hoping to walk by so we wait for you to wake up.
I see. Huh. I should visit my maintenance personnel sometime. Oh, I'm fine. I better go. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We've spent quite some time in Sumeru City, Ever since we last said goodbye to Lesser Lord Kusanali, we haven't heard anything from her. Oh, we can't just keep waiting around like this. Let's go find Catherine and pick up some work so we can at least keep ourselves busy.
Wah, lupa kamu nanya tentang Ade. Oh, karena dia kan baru hidup. Baru. Dia yang percuma.
Ad Astra Avisask. We meet again, you two.
Hi, Catherine. Do you have any commissions for us today?
Commissions, huh? Oh, how about this? Please attend the Academia's
Wait, say what now?
And if possible, please also use your camera to capture the reaction of the...
Huh? What kind of commission is that?
I see. It appears that in that case, please go to Port Ormos and convince the Eremite...
Hey, that's not any better.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure the mercenaries will have some interesting
Paimon's gotta ask. Just who exactly has been submitting these commissions?
Oh, the commissioner? Well, actually, I just wanted to see the two of you in action.
Was it so obvious? I was hoping you would actually take one of those commissions. That kind of chance to observe humans doesn't come by often.
Ah, so it's Nahida. Paimon just knew Catherine wouldn't crack those kinds of jokes. When did you get into her head?
From when she said, Ad Astra Abisask.
So it's been you this whole time? Are you done resting up, Nahida?
Yes. I've been sleeping ever since we parted ways, and I even had a really, really long dream. It was another dream about the Sub-Zerus festival, except it was a happy one. In my dream, I was sitting in the middle of a flower terrace, and everyone in Sumeru City was holding hands as they danced in circles around me. They danced round and round, and I also got to sit on a gigantic flower carriage. Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, raised me really, really high above the ground. And
You know, Nahida, maybe your dream is how the Sub-Zerus festival really should be. It's meant to be a joyous time where everyone gets together to celebrate your birthday.
Huh? Wasn't I describing a really happy dream? Why are you both looking at me like that? Wait, could this be an example of the emotion known as pity?
No, we aren't pitying you. That would only make everything worse. We just don't want you to feel too sad. By the way, have you had a chance to visit Dunyarzad? How's she doing? The Homianis haven't allowed any visitors after the festival, so we haven't been able to check on her.
Yes, I paid her a visit right after I woke up. She was resting at the time. Her condition is stabilized. However, since Elazar is a manifestation of the withering on the human body, we can only cure it by finding a way to take care of Irminsult's own withering. But for the moment, our top focus should still be figuring out what the sages are up to and what...
Right. Who knows what'll happen if they manage to pull off another scheme like the Samsara of the Sub-Zerus festival.
So our first priority should be investigating and putting a stop to the sages' activities. As for how we should pull that off, let's discuss it somewhere else.
Oh, good point. Sorry, adventurers. We're gonna be borrowing Catherine for a little while.
Dah. Mimpi kekosongan dan muslihat.